Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is 6:32, and I'd like to call the Planning Commission meeting for Tuesday, July 20th, 2021 to order. Please stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, Mr. Bentley, would you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Mr. Hardy.
Here.
Mr. Tuckfield.
Here.
Mr. Provenzano.
Here.
Mr. Shudo.
Here.
Mr. Spataforo.
Here.
Mr. Oliver.
Here.
Mr. Bentley here.
Okay, everyone's present. Next item on our list is the approval of our previous meeting minutes. Do I have any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, if there's no discussion, I make a motion, we approve the previous meeting minutes.
Support.
Motion by Mr. Shudo, supported by Mr. Provenzano. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, motion passes. Approval of tonight's agenda. Any discussions on tonight's agenda?
There's no deletions or corrections. I move that we approve it.
Could you say that a little bit?
If there's no deletions or corrections, changes, I move that we approve it.
Okay, motion by Mr. Provenzano.
Support.
Supported by Mr. Oliver. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes. New business, public hearing. Special land use and site plan, Myers, MCO, permanent parcel 08073000016, located on the northeast corner of 24 Mile Road and Hayes, Section 7. Myers Incorporated, the petitioner. Mr. Box.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commission. Just to clarify, items A and B under number 6 on the agenda are very closely tied, but we are going to discuss them individually. They both are requesting special land use site plan approval tonight, so they'll require different votes. So we're going to discuss them separately.
Okay.
For the first item, looking at the proposed Meyer store, it is, as you mentioned, at the northeast corner of 24 and Hayes, and the special land use that they're requesting has to do with a drive-through for the pharmacy area, as well as an outdoor sales area near the front entrance of the proposed development. Just to go through a little history of the property, it was rezoned from agricultural to C2, which is general commercial, in 1989. The neighboring developments were started in 2007 and 1994. The 1994 development that rezoning took place at the same time as this one, but it did not begin development until, as you see, 1994. In 2008, there was a site plan that went through this process that was approved as a site plan, as well as it did obtain approved engineering drawings. That was the Gateway Village Commercial Plaza. That plaza had over 100,000 square feet of retail space, as well as a 5,400 square foot restaurant, 596 parking spaces, a number of different garbage dumpster locations, 6 different loading zones. Building height was 25 feet plus the 3-foot parapet wall, and 72% was covered in impervious surfaces. And this development met all ordinances, hence the reason it was approved at that time. Just to look at the C2 zoning and what it refers to, the purpose of this district is to provide development for commercial activities, providing goods and services required by the total community. And I think that is something that this Meyer supermarket is aiming to do. Some of the potential uses, you see the list there on the right. Supermarket, as well as the service station with convenience store, which will be the second item we discussed tonight, are approved uses in this C2 zoning district. The site itself, again, is 89,000, just under 90,000 square feet. And again, the special land use that they're requesting has to do with the drive-through area circled in blue, as well as some outdoor sales area in the purple, highlighted in the purple that you see on that graphic. With regards to the site plan, the access is from both 24 Mile as well as Hayes. The Hayes driveway already exists, but it will be widened as part of this development. The loading area situated on the north side of the proposed supermarket. The variance was granted for the parking condition on the special land use tonight. They are proposing 404 spaces, including the 8 pickup spaces on the north side of the building that have to do with online ordering of groceries and just pull up and pick up type groceries. Looking at some of the dimensional requirements, 75 feet is required from center line of Hayes, which they far exceed. 50 feet is required from the north, which they have 225-foot setback. 75 is required on the east. 115 feet is provided, and 75 again on the south from the center line of the road, which they far exceed. The maximum height is 25 feet, plus an additional 3 feet for a parapet wall. This building is proposing just that, the 25 feet plus the 3-foot parapet wall for 28 feet. They did seek a variance earlier this month for a 36-foot, I believe it was, structure, and that was denied. With regards to the landscaping and screening, there is nothing required by our ordinance for landscaping, so everything provided is beyond requirement. And as you see here, they have over 1,500 features provided. A number of deciduous evergreens and other features, perennials around the Goddard School area, 406 features in the entrance landscape islands, and the 6-foot masonry wall is already existing. That's something that would be required, but it's already in place. With regards to the special land use, there are a number of criteria that we have to look at. The first one is that the location and size and character are harmonious, and they are in compliance with the applicable regulations of the zoning district. And this type of outdoor sales, as well as pharmacy, are both common items that we see with supermarkets, especially seasonally, the outdoor sales. If you could think of, the fall, pumpkins and things like that being out front of buildings, very common use for supermarkets. Another one of the requirements for the special land use is the nature of the vehicular and pedestrian traffic should not be more hazardous than normal. I think both of these areas are closed.
Please.
Just to clarify, these items are for the special land use items only. This is not pertaining to the entire store. The vehicular and pedestrian shall not be more hazardous than normal refers to the drive-through and the out front sales. Neither of those, we feel, would be more hazardous than normal for a pedestrian or a vehicle. The third item, designed with respect to size, location, and intensity, this is not likely to result in any nuisances based on its layout for these two special land uses. Item number 4, that it would not interfere with or discourage the appropriate development and use of adjacent land and buildings. Much of the adjacent land and buildings are already developed, and we do not feel that these special land uses would likely discourage or negatively affect the neighboring land or buildings. The special land uses shall relate harmoniously with the adjacent land uses. Both uses certainly relate harmoniously to the residents that live nearby. Pharmacy and again, outdoor sales are items that we commonly see at supermarkets. The last couple here, necessary for public convenience. Both uses certainly supplement that primary use for public convenience, and that the public health, safety, and welfare will be protected. Both of these special land use items are located in such a way that they will not impact public health, safety, or welfare. So one of the things we did want to point out, we had a zoning board of appeals meeting. As I mentioned, they had a variance for parking that was conditionally approved and a variance for the building height that was denied, so they did modify their application and lower the height of that building. But we did hear a number of resident concerns. You see those listed here, largely dealing with noise, trash, light pollution, traffic, sewage capacity, drainage, and fumes. So I'm going to address a few of those now. With regards to noise, the noise ordinance that we do have within the township is largely with regards to vehicular movements, specifically large trucks. The area you see highlighted in yellow is their loading zone, loading area. They are providing well over 100 feet in both directions that would be adjacent to public properties. Additionally, the areas on the edge of that yellow area is another retaining wall, which would help contain some of the sounds. I believe many of these vehicles drive in and are turned off during the loading and unloading period. One of the other comments we heard was with regards to trash. There was concern that trash dumpsters could cause a nuisance in the area. As you see in the lower left there, Meyer is proposing a trash compactor system that is internal to the store and never actually goes outside until it's pushed directly into the trucks that leave the site. So there actually is no outdoor trash for the store. There is one you see near the gas station area that is outdoor, and that is far away from both residential neighbors. With regards to light pollution, they did do, I know it's difficult to see the upper right-hand corner, but that they did a light study for the entire site. There's some zoomed-in areas showing that at the property boundaries, the two enclosed areas are the two lights closest to the residential neighborhoods. And the light study does indicate that there's 0 foot candles, so 0 light emissions by the time you reach the property boundaries. They also are proposing the external glare shield. You see the example light shield that they're showing there. With regards to traffic, I think the developer does have their traffic consultant here tonight, but they did do a study. They're working with the county. Traffic is something that's handled by the County Department of Roads, not us. We do not have jurisdiction over that. Within the study, I know they're proposing some extended left turn lanes, acceleration, deceleration lanes, as well as working with the signal timing at the 24 and Hayes intersection. And again, I think that's an ongoing process, but we do not approve that. The county approves that. And ultimately, I think if the county were not in favor of any traffic or any mitigation they may require, they can, withhold the drive locations. So that's something, again, handled by them, not by us. But we did look through the study. There are a number of mitigation measures that they're proposing. Those are items that would be paid for by the developer, not by the township. With regards to sewer capacity and drainage, they do have a fair amount of green space on the site as compared to what's required if the site were built to 100% capacity. They have roughly just over 70% impervious surface, which is less than what the previous approved development was, as well as it's significantly less than what it could be. I think the fact that they are providing so much landscaping is beneficial. It can help soak up some of the rainwater. Additionally, sewer and water drainage are items that will be tackled through the engineering process, which is a stage after this. This is not something that is done in the site plan or the planning commission phase. Lastly, with regards to fumes, this is something that we got a number of comments on, concerns. I know we haven't gone over the gas station yet, but I wanted to hit all of these points at the same time. So this is something that's handled by the state. This is not in our purview to review what type of fumes come out of a gas station. It is handled by the Michigan Department of Agriculture. Every gas pump should have a sticker like you see there. There is a consumer complaint hotline. If someone feels that fumes from a certain gas station are in excess of what's legally allowed, that they can certainly call that number. And I know from the graphic, doing a little research myself, these vapor balance equipment are something that's also handled by the state and required for every gas pump. In summary, seeing that they have met all of the ordinances, and followed our rules and regulations. Staff really has no reason to object to the requested special land use, as they do meet, again, all requirements. A number of them listed there.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Box. Is the petitioner here? Would you like to come up, please? State your name and your address for the record.
Good evening. I'm Chris Jones. I'm real estate manager for Meyer, and I'm 2350 3 Mile Road, Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Okay. Sir?
Good evening, I'm Jason Vandercote, civil engineer with Fishbeck, 1515 Arboretum Drive, Grand Rapids, Michigan. I also have with me this evening, but not at the table, our traffic engineer, Mr. TJ Likens, of the same address.
Okay. Do you have anything else you would like to add to Mr. Box's presentation?
Mr. Box covered the project pretty extensively. The only thing I'd like to add to his comments was regarding trash. And I wanted you to know that the trash compactor that's inside our building is self-contained within the building. The trash is picked up there 9 times a month. And I wanted you to know that at the fuel center dumpster, we service that dumpster area twice a month. And that's all I had to add on the trash.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sir?
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here this evening. I'm just going to offer a couple of additional comments and then open up for questions or public hearing at your discretion. Would like to say that we're excited to present this store tonight. It is one of the first Meyer grocery stores in the fleet. It is going to be 90,000 square feet, and it is going to be primarily grocery use, as opposed to the super center with the general merchandise that you're accustomed to seeing, which are generally in the 156,000 to 215,000 square foot range, depending on the store and the location. So this is a very different use or a different store from what Meyer has constructed in the area in the past, and we're excited to bring that to Macomb Township. We feel it's a great location for it.
Thank you, Jason. I'll add on to that. It is a first of its kind. This store is 89,960 square feet. It is not a super center. It's primarily grocery, with some hard lines that are associated with really the kitchen, cooking utensils and gadgets and dish towels and those types of merchandise for the kitchen. But it is first. It's the smallest store we build. We do have we have 3 smaller stores that we've opened in the past couple years, but this is one. This is a new prototype for Meyer. It'll employ about 150 people, and we're super excited about it and appreciate it.
A couple of additional things that I wanted to make sure the Planning Commission was aware of that we've designed into the project. Mr. Box did a fantastic job describing the location of our receiving area. One thing that I wanted to make sure that the Commission was aware of is that we are providing what is called a whisper unit on our semi-trailers. And what that is that allows the semi-trailer to plug into the building rather than running on a diesel generator while it is being offloaded. That helps to reduce the noise in the area of the refrigeration system. Another thing I'd like to point out is with our landscaping package, we have also incorporated some berming into the landscaping along the north property line and are planting trees on top of that berming The intent of that is to help screen both the visual and the any noise from the operations to the neighborhood to the north. Unfortunately, to the neighborhood to the east, there is a 66-foot Consumers Energy easement with a high-pressure gas transmission line, 26-inch diameter main buried underground, and operates in the neighborhood of 400 psi. And because of that easement, we are not allowed to plant materials or build structures there. We may seek some relief from consumers on that, but as of this evening, I don't have permission to plant anything there yet, so I'm not able to promise that. Go ahead. Yep.
I'll add on to that. Consumers has a process, as you might imagine, to apply to them if we desire to make any improvements upon their property. And we're certainly willing, as a company, provided consumers approves it, add a row of trees along the east property boundary to, for additional noise abatement and screening.
The final thing I would like to add before I close out is the fact that the Macomb County Department of Roads has accepted our traffic impact study and is satisfied with the data and the calculations that we have presented to them for our access management. They are satisfied with our drive locations and our proposed mitigation measures, and we are entering the next phase of the project with them in order to provide them the geometrics of the turn lanes that we are proposing. And so that process is ongoing. But at this point in time, they have accepted it, and we have no reason to believe that the mitigation measures will be satisfactory to the County Road Commission.
Okay.
With that, I would like to thank you, to note that we've worked hard to design a plan that is C2 compliant, and we are requesting your site plan and special land use approval this evening. If you have any questions, we're happy to answer them.
All right, thank you. At this time, I'd like to open it to the commissioners. Does anybody have any questions or thoughts?
I got one.
Mr. Oliver?
Strictly food, maybe some kitchen utensils, basically, or kitchen supplies.
Yep. Yes, sir.
One thing, one of the Meyer store that I've been similar to this, there was a cafe. Is that going to be in here?
We do have a tenant space inside the building. We like to work with local coffee shop or a local sushi provider or a bakery, deli type provider. Because we like to do this, that there's an area that you can come in and have a cup of coffee, or if you're with your spouse or significant other, one person can shop and one person can relax, maybe look at their phone and that type of thing. So we're preserving that area for this store, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chair,
Okay. Mr. Spadafora?
I was going to ask,
Okay. Mr. Provenzano?
is it possible to, I know he hasn't identified himself
Nice and
yet.
loud, please.
He hasn't identified himself, but the traffic engineer, I just wanted to ask if there's anything he has to add to what was already presented to us.
Good evening. Thanks. As Jason did try to introduce me, but I appreciate you asking. My name is TJ Likens. I'm a professional traffic engineer with Fishbeck. I don't really have anything to add.
Address too, please, sir.
I'm sorry, 1515 Arboretum, Grand Rapids.
Okay.
And I don't have anything to add in particular that hasn't been said by Mr. Boxer or by Jason already. The fact that we did receive approval from the county on Friday keeps us moving forward in that direction, but they have accepted, as Jason said, our study, the data, the information, and the improvements that we've stated are going to be made at this location.
Okay, I was
Okay.
satisfied.
Mr. Spadafora?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good evening, Mr. Jones, Mr. Vander Cody, and Mr. Likens. Thank you for being here. I have just a couple of questions at this time. Maybe this would be to Mr. Jones, or any of you if you know the answer. Where else close to this region would there be a similar prototype of this type of grocery store with this size, just under
The o- the on-
98,000?
Yes, sir. The only other one that we're working on presently that's in a similar process as Macomb is, although it's received all of its entitlements, is in Orion Township, in Lake Orion. It's not built yet. It's a Kmart that's vacant, that we're tearing down the Kmart, but only two, as I mentioned, we have not built this prototype yet. We have Macomb Township in process through the entitlements. We have Lake Orion through the entitlement process and working on some traffic items and some demolition items with the municipality.
With Lake Orion, is that the village of Lake Orion or Orion Township?
Orion Township.
My next question, and I believe Mr. Vandercote, you indicated the whisper unit that was in the building that's going to be plugged into the trucks. Is this going to be mandatory for all trucks to be plugged in there when they load, unload, and back into the loading dock?
No, because not all of the trucks have refrigeration units on them. So the plug-in just operates the refrigeration unit. The vehicles without refrigeration will not be required to plug in.
Yeah. I hope that's self-explanatory. I mean, we frequently have, just a load of potato chips that comes to the store.
Sure.
And if it's in a bagged goods, similar to that it's not under refrigeration. What we found is, diesel, I think diesel's probably $3 a gallon right now, and it's, you can shut the vehicles off while they're in the dock and being unloaded, and you can plug the refrigeration unit into electricity, which is less per kilowatt than per gallon of diesel. So it's not only a more energy efficient, and it's less noise.
Then for all the trucks that do have refrigeration units, would that be mandatory for them to plug in to that whisper unit in the store or adjacent to the store?
Yes, sir. Yeah, it's actually a plug. It's an outlet on the loading dock that you plug your refrigeration unit into.
Another question, again, to the north side of the building that would perhaps affect to some degree our neighbors and friends to the north. The loading dock, haven't taken a careful look at site planning yet, but as far as, is there like a well where it backs into or pulls into, and would the landscaping completely shield any type of lighting that could affect the neighbors to the north?
It's a recessed dock, so the trucks will back down into it, and then there's retaining walls that go up on either side of the dock that act as noise barriers as well.
And
There's 7 total docks. One is reserved for cardboard and recycles, so it's pretty much a trailer is there 24/7. Once a trailer fills up with recyclables, it's pulled out and an empty one is backed in.
okay.
If I may add on to that, the existing neighborhood to the north does currently have a solid pine tree screen between their lots and the wall, and we're adding a second vegetated screen on our side of it as well to assist with additional buffering on top of the berm.
And would the, I'm sorry, check that. My last question, I would like to go on, maybe ask Mr. Likens if he could answer this with the Macomb County Department of Roads accepting the traffic impact study. Looks like Fishbeck was, if I could say, was a one-stop shop for just about everything here. The civil plans, the architectural plans, the landscape plans, traffic plans, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm just curious if Macomb County, the Department of Roads, had indicated any type of improvements to the intersection at 24 Mile Road in Hayes. And besides the acceleration and the deceleration lanes, what about the condition of the current two-way traffic pattern with those roads? They're fairly used and beat up right now, and now you've got significant traffic increase to that northeast corner. Did they indicate any comments to that before they accepted the study?
So, sir, if you're speaking to pavement condition or curb condition,
Well,
no.
I'm speaking to everything and possibly the idea of similar here in Macomb Township to 23 Mile and Romeo Plank. If you go on northbound and southbound Romeo Plank, it's a fairly beat-up road, but at that intersection of 23, there's like a 5-lane. It expands, which goes to the north, south, east, and west. 23 Mile Road, east and west, at that particular junction is 5 lanes, but going north, it goes for a couple hundred of feet north or south before it tapers back to a 2-lane. And I'm just wondering if that's something that would be in consideration for that particular intersection, affecting not only Macomb Township, but also Shelby Township as well.
So the direct answer to your question is no. The county is not asked or required any improvements at that intersection. What the study showed was that the intersection currently operates acceptably. That
Ladies and gentlemen, this is an official Macomb Township meeting, and I love the way you've been respectful to the Myers folks and to Mr. Box, and you will get that same respect when you come up to the podium. So if you could just not, I'd appreciate it very much. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When I say acceptably, what I mean is that there are standards and guidelines by which the study was conducted that are governed by the county, the state, and the feds, right? And so, yes, when you're moving through this intersection, you do have to stop and wait sometimes, but it does meet those accepted standards. And from an operations standpoint, when the store comes online, the intersection will continue to operate in a manner that is below those thresholds of acceptability. So that being said, the county also had recently modernized this traffic signal. And what I mean by that was that there were new mast arms, new electronic control devices that help that signal respond to changing traffic demands. This signal is tied into the county's traffic operations center, which they have a full-time engineering consultant running a lot of that center in association with the county staff. So the intersection is smarter than it used to be, and it is capable of handling the demands that would come online with this store. And the last note that I would add on that is that although this is a new use on a vacant parcel, the uses that are proposed generate a significant proportion, and about half of the traffic that will be generated by this site is already present on the road network. It's what we call pass-by traffic. So folks that might live in the neighborhoods adjacent, folks that live in the area, maybe that are commuting to work, will stop and get gas, they'll stop to get groceries on the way home. So it's adding turning movements on these driveways, but it's not actually adding the full breadth of traffic to this intersection.
It just from my experience, objective driving through there, because I reside near that area, that certainly during peak hours and particularly rush hours, traffic that is headed on 24 Mile Road westbound to eastbound, there's quite a backup into Shelby Township in and around the 5 to 6 p.m. Time slot. And this is with the current parcel that's vacant. So I guess this perhaps is a question for the Macomb County Department of Roads, but at the very least, yeah, I look forward to, if this Planning Commission should approve this tonight, the acceleration and deceleration lanes, which can alleviate a lot of the traffic as set forth and contained, along with the other data in your traffic impact study. And I had one final question I meant to go back to ask, and this has to do with the store. Again, this is perhaps with Mr. Jones. With this different prototype, are you looking perhaps to add grocery products that are more along the lines maybe of natural and whole foods and Michigan-grown products, be they meat, dairy, produce, et cetera?
Absolutely. This store will be unique in that it'll have a merchandising team that is specific to this store in Orion Township, that are sourcing merchandise locally, foods, and it'll run the gamut from a value proposition, where it's a couple dollars for a jar of peanut butter, and if you wanted to buy organic peanut butter, you can too, and pay $10 a jar for peanut butter. So it'll run the full spectrum from a value to organic products. In most of the categories, I mean, Meyer takes a great deal of pride in our fresh produce. I think we offer 600 items of produce, and so we source those locally as much as possible. We source our honey, milk, blueberries, as much as we can source from Michigan farmers. We do.
Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Spatafora. Anyone else? I got one.
Mr. Oliver.
On the building itself, where's your standby power gonna be? North, south? I kind of apologize for asking.
It's on the north side,
It is on
and
the
we do
north.
have a generator on the north side of the building.
In his system have silencers on diesel power? Because generally they're diesel power.
It's natural gas.
But does the exhaust have a silencer?
I defer to you, Jason, on that. We'd have to get back to you on
Okay.
that one, Mr. Oliver.
All right.
I
Thank
know
you.
it's for emergency purposes only.
I
you know,
understand,
understand that? Yeah,
That is a concern of mine that,
right.
because then things can get very loud too.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr.
Just to follow up with
Bentley?
Mr. Oliver's question, it may come on just during emergency purpose, but there's also the exercising of that generator, and that's continuous. So, I mean, that's
Understand.
very periodic, so you'll have that.
Right. We can certainly look at the specifications on our generator. And, we try not to, when power outages happen, we're concerned about the millions of dollars of inventory in the store, and the fresh products. And so, Meyer tends to use state-of-the-art equipment for things like that, but we can certainly look at the specifications for the generator.
Thank you. Though it's not, at least I didn't see it called out, is that in the mechanical yard?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, and
If Josh would pull up the site plan, we can show you exactly where it is in the mechanical yard. If you look right behind you, it's one of those to the left of the largest area. So Jason, if you right there.
okay,
Right
adjacent to the recycling containers.
Yeah, the correct, right. That's actually a food recycler there, the organics.
Fire pump, sorry. Yeah, because of the water pressure in the Macomb Township, we are required by code to have a fire pump for this size store, and that fire pump is adjacent to the generator. So on the document, there's a fire pump indicated. To the left of the fire pump is the generator.
Okay, and is that fire pump diesel or natural gas?
Electric.
It's electric? Okay. And what happens when power goes out? What's its backup?
Then it switches over to the the natural gas generator that we've been discussing earlier.
Okay. And are there, it shows a wall. I could not tell whether or not, or what kind of wall that is to enclose that equipment, that generating equipment.
So the wall enclosing the equipment is adjacent to our food recycling. Around the electric equipment, we have a fenced enclosure.
Just fence?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The recycling area, the fence around that,
That is a precast concrete with a solid wooden gate, or galvanized gate with wooden panels.
okay, and is that the 6 foot high?
Yes, sir.
And then that recycling containers, what are those and what's in them? Is that, it's not contained as the trash compactor that was shown shows, so there was not a lot of detail as to that. I think it showed a regular standard dumpster. So that's my question. What is entailed in those recycling containers?
We did provide those details to the planning department. It's a standard steel bin with the hinged top on it. So it's closed unless food is being either deposited or removed.
Okay, and how is that done? Is that done manually? Is that done by forklift? How is that done?
I'm gonna have to ask our operations team. I'm assuming that it's done manually on the deposit, and I'm assuming it's done with a vehicle on the removal.
The reason I ask is if it's done by generally a forklift or something like that, it's the contents are usually all over within that contained area, but not necessarily in the trash dumpster, and that creates problems. I'm just wondering how you're handling that.
Well, because it is a food byproduct, it's going to be in smaller containers to begin with and not in large pallets. And therefore, I'm assuming it's going to be deposited by hand with the opening the lid, depositing the material, and then closing the lid again. So to my knowledge, there's no forklift involved in the operation of depositing.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to confirm what Jason said. There's no forklift.
No forklift.
Yes, sir. No forklift.
All right. So that brings me to just the general service area. The loading dock area, which is a depressed loading dock. You have the recycling area and the mechanical yard, all of which are noise generating. There may be, with the recycling, there may be food, because you haven't mentioned if it's going to be ventilated up higher to a higher elevation, so it's basically low on that wall. But we have noise generation from the trucks. You've identified some mitigation with the use of internal equipment to cool the refrigeration trucks.
And the retaining walls on either side of the receiving area.
The retaining walls, as I saw them, come above the grade, the adjacent grade.
Correct.
Only to, what, a 3'6" height. And
Prototypically, yes.
yeah, and that's permanently guardrail.
I was just going to add that we can raise those walls as high as we need to provide more screening in that area. There's nothing magical about the 3.5 feet. That's just our prototypical design. It could go 8 feet, or a number that's reasonable to provide further screening and noise abatement.
I think that's a good suggestion. Was going to be my suggestion, but wasn't sure how you were planning it. But it needs to mitigate both sound. It needs to mitigate the noises, the diesel, and whatever. But whether or not it's on both, and even if there was a slight hood or canopy at the very top of those, spanning across over the top of the trucks to capture any of that, and exhaust it high would be preferred probably.
We've certainly had projects that are, that don't have this. Fortunately, we have a lot of distance to be able to provide a good buffer and exceed the setback requirements per your land development code. But I have encountered numerous projects, which we have residents closer, and we've agreed to increase those walls to help to mitigate even more sound, and we're certainly willing to do that.
Okay, so
Typically, we work with staff, to try to say, here's with some sound batten and some increased height of a wall, we can mitigate some sound, and we work with staff, but we're certainly open to Planning Commission's recommendation as well.
My concern with a cookie cutter layout, which, all Myers put their buildings in one corner or another, and they have parking, on 3 sides or 2 sides, and that works fine in most places. You're up against a very special land area here. The site plan is such that you have residences on 2 sides, and my disappointment is that the most noise-generating equipment and operations in this whole thing are right adjacent to the residences. And I'm saying that to ask whether or not you've looked at any other alternative layouts which would place that vehicular circulation, both for trucks and the pickup, in an area away from that, such as back to back to the gas station, and have parking on 3 sides, because that would pull all that. I know it's probably a concern of some. When I first saw it, it would be a concern of mine. But I know we're down the road, but this is the first chance we've gotten to see it. And that would have been my first alarm, I guess, as a designer there.
I would love to take just a couple of minutes to address that concern. Certainly well-spoken and valid, and we have looked at numerous site layouts for this facility, and I'm just going to go through a couple of highlights about why this particular orientation was selected. First and foremost, we have worked very hard to mitigate and eliminate any impact of the noise from that area. The nearest home in the adjacent neighborhood to the north is about 65 feet on their side of the property line. When you add that to the 225 feet on our side, that's almost a football field away. And so there's a great distance in there that noise has time to dissipate. Now, I'm not saying that it's going to be entirely silent, because it won't. However, it's going to be very, very diminished, and to the point where it won't be noxious. Additionally, as I mentioned, there's the trees and the berm. However, from a site constraint or a site layout perspective, we consider the front door of the facility and the pharmacy to be far busier areas than our receiving. The receiving does have some noise, but it's very intermittent, occasional at best, albeit it is mechanical. However, with the passenger vehicles, the car doors, and the activity around the front entrance, it's a much busier environment with people coming and going, and lights and noises. And so by placing the front door of the main entry to the store as far from the residents as possible, we felt that was the best noise mitigation technique that we could offer to the community while still providing a C2 compliant site plan.
Just to add on to Jason's comment, this store will get 1 to 2 deliveries overnight. And that's based on the volume of the store, 1 to 2 deliveries between midnight and 4 a.m. And then there's some what we call direct serve deliveries that occur from 5 a.m. to 10 a.m. I'm sorry, from 5 a.m. to 10 a.m. that are getting the store ready for the day. You know, and that's bread, eggs, pop, those types of things that come in more frequently but earlier in the morning to set the shelves for the day.
So those deliveries are, when people are, you know, just sleeping and about ready to get up, but they aren't.
Right.
So the rest of those deliveries, can you put a number to those? If you're saying 1 to 2 all night long.
I can. Let me just refer to my notes.
Sure.
So I don't misspeak.
Sure. And as you're doing that, let me just respond, I guess, to some of you. And I appreciate your pulling the building, the operations and everything further from that north and that east property line. But I wonder how much more it would be if that whole facility was in the southwest corner or in the central west side, and like I say, if it was rotated 90 degrees and centered with, you know, parking that buffered to the residential area on 3 sides, yes, it might change the architecture internally, but if that were done, it just seems like you would be assured that you're as far as you mentioned the word, we wanted to make sure our entry is as far away as possible. That would make it as far away as possible, even if that entry was facing towards the center of your complex. And the back of store, as it were facing a gas station that doesn't care, you know, how noisy you are in the middle of the night or in the early mornings, whereas sleeping residents may.
So at the risk of being repetitive, we did evaluate a number of those options, and based on our site access management, our traffic circulation, our parking field, and the operations for running the facility, we felt that this particular layout was best suited to minimize the noise and the impact to the neighbors, and that's why it was selected. Some of the other options that you've described create other undesirable conditions on the site as far as providing too much traffic from 24 Mile, too much traffic from Hayes, difficult safety movements with pedestrians and passenger vehicles coming and going. And so when we look at this site, we look at it holistically from a safety, health, welfare perspective. And of all of the options, we felt that this best accomplished those, including protecting the neighbors.
Well, I tend to disagree. I did some layouts. It seems like you can get a lot of your traffic off of Hayes for your truck traffic and such, but I just wondered if you had done that. You have, or you say you have, so I'll leave it at that.
One point, if I may add, for the benefit, is the fact that this particular layout we have worked very hard on, to the point where we have requested and secured a 50 parking space variance. If we were to add those 50 parking spaces, that building would shift closer to the neighbors. So we're very serious about taking good care of our neighbors.
At the risk of being repetitive as well, I mean, I think Josh's slides show the property being designated C2 since '89, prior to the development of the residential around it on the north and the east. I think we're when you look at what else could go on the site, what's permitted to go on the site, our willingness to landscape and provide significant green space. We have a much smaller store than what's allowed to go on the space, on the 14 acres. I think those things also have benefit to the community and the neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your responses.
Thank you, Mr. Bentley. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Anyone?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Tuckfield?
I did. I had a couple of brief questions. The first, you mentioned some of the truck deliveries. I was just curious, well, to follow up on that, but also there's a couple different components I was curious on the hours. You have the main store, you have the pharmacy, you have the pickup. Can you elaborate a little bit on the hours that are being scheduled for those?
I'm going to answer that in a bit of a circuitous way. I mean, when we, in March of last year, when the pandemic we were in the throes of the pandemic, we ceased operating 24 hours at 260 locations. We use the overnight hours for cleaning, for store setup, for making modifications to the stores. We made modifications in where you stand in checkout lands. We made modifications to sneeze guards, to I think we ended up making about 100 operational changes to the store virtually overnight. Fred Meyer, who was our chairman until he passed away at age 91, initiated the 24-hour stores. He felt like it was important to third shift workers, healthcare workers, child providers, and to have a place to shop, to have a place to go pick up school supplies if they were needed late at night. And I don't think we've ever made a penny operating in the wee hours of the morning, but it's available to our customers if they so choose. We need to preserve that right here in Macomb, just as we've preserved it in virtually every Meijer store in 6 states, because it's important to our customers. We believe this store will operate, it is proposed to operate between 6 a.m. and midnight. But we need to preserve the right, as we're on the heels of this pandemic and we get past it, we need to preserve the right that 24 hours is still possible, because it's important. It's who Meijer is as much as anything. And it's been that way for 87 years.
So obviously the times can change, and I assume unless we try to make it contingent on the site plan, which I'm not even sure if we can. Well, possibly with the pharmacy, now that I say that.
Pharmacy does operate different hours.
Do you expect that to be stable? And also I was curious about the pickup as well, because obviously that is a newer use.
Pharmacists are one of the higher paid employees in the store, and we usually have several that are on staff. And pharmacy hours have varied from store to store, really depending upon the availability of pharmacists in the marketplace. The store I frequent, the pharmacy closes at 8. We have some stores that there's more pharmacists in the workplace, and we're open till 9. So there are some differences in the pharmacy when you can actually go into the pharmacy and pick up a prescription, and the drive-through area maintains the same hours as it has to have a pharmacist there on staff.
And and I apologize, you may have said it as I was writing a note. Did you give a time on the pharmacy that you're expecting?
Well, the only thing I can relate it to is a Meijer I frequent, and the pharmacy there closes at 8 p.m. But I do know we have pharmacies that stay open until 9 p.m.
So it'd be reasonable to assume 6 a.m. to 9 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then the pickup area? Are you considering that concurrent with the main store?
It does operate similar to the main store hours. And Jason's a more frequent user of that service, as he has a young family. My kids are off working in Washington D.C. and Charlotte. So, Jason, you could speak to the pickup hours. What I do know of it is, we have 8 spots there for customers to pull in. It's worked off of your iPhone or Android phone. You place your order electronically. You request the time you'd like to pick up your groceries. There's some back of the house areas of our store where those groceries are picked for you. They're put in freezers, coolers, or dry goods, whichever they need, because different products need different temperatures. And you receive a text I believe you can text us when you pull into your parking space, and the groceries will be immediately delivered out to you.
Okay.
Did that answer your question? I may have bounced around there.
I think it might have been sufficiently vague enough to say we're not sure at the moment.
To answer your question succinctly, curbside pickup is available during store hours.
Okay, so if store hours are currently 6 a.m. to midnight, you would expect it to be concurrent with that by and large?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you had mentioned, and again, I know you were looking at these, but you're expecting currently several trucks overnight.
Yeah, 2 trucks a night.
And then approximate numbers of what you're expecting throughout the day?
Yeah, I was looking at my notes here, and the stores get a total number of deliveries of 27. And there's only 1 to 2 overnight, and that's fresh.
And out of curiosity, as compared to a standard Meijer, how does that compare?
Did I say 27 a week?
A day.
I believe you said a day.
27 a week. Thank you, Jason. 27 a week. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I apologize for my brain freeze
It seemed
there.
like a lot of expected merchandise
Right.
moving.
Some of our executives would like to see us have 27 a day, but we have 27 a week.
Understood. And how would that roughly compare with an average Meijer Supercenter that maybe we're more familiar with?
Similar.
Similar truck movements, maybe less volume, but
Less
the
volume
same
because
types
there's
of-
no general merchandise.
Okay.
But in general merchandise is less frequent. If you want fresh products, you need to get it there quicker.
It needs to be there.
And that's our, if you prefer to shop other competitors, our fresh stands out, and that's because we get it to our stores more frequently. Get it from the farm to the store more frequently.
Okay. And then I had 2 site questions. One with regards to the special land use and the pharmacy drive-through. I didn't see this on the drawing, or I didn't see anything, but there's a lot here, and we're still transferring to digital, and looking at these on a smaller screen sometimes means I miss these things. Obviously, there's a wall to the east. Are you doing anything additional to mitigate headlights from the drive-through toward the back of the adjacent properties? Is there anything else that's there with regard to that?
At this point, there is not, due to the consumer's energy easement and to the sanitary sewer easement. We would be more than happy to place additional screening there if the utilities department would allow a short stretch within their easement. We would have no problem providing that. Also, if Consumers Energy grants us permission, we will be planting some vegetative screening along the east side of that easement as well.
So, and you had mentioned that, and you might want to chime in here in a second, but the easement, I believe, is 66 feet from the east property line.
Correct.
And without taking a scale to it, I don't know what it is, but there looks like there is additional footage between the west edge of the easement and the east edge of the parking lot.
There's additional 30-foot of municipal easement.
That's where the sewer easement is.
That's
Okay,
correct.
I can see that.
Yeah, that dashed line denotes the 66 feet, and then there's additional 30 feet of.
So I see a line where the consumers is, and then I see two long dashed lines on either side of it, and there still seems to be additional space there. Am I mistaken in that? Or is that?
I think the easement extends into the pavement. You can see the dashed line going through the pavement, Mr. Tuckfield.
Yes, I can.
So the easement extends into the pavement. But just to confirm what Jason said, you see as the driver see the pharmacy drive-through, the headlights of cars will be pointed to the east.
Mm-hmm.
And if your municipality and your engineering department will allow us to put a shadow box fence so we can not cast the light in that direction, we'd be more than absolutely willing to do that.
Well, and that would be something I'd be interested, just because at the point that we're looking at the special land use, obviously the special land use is pretty narrow here. It's regards to the pharmacy and it's with regards to the outside storage. To me, the headlights, even with a wall there, does exceed standard use of the property or standard light that we pointed there. So if there's something that can be done with regards to that, I think it would be appropriate. I don't know if it's something we can ask for tonight, because obviously there's an easement, but certainly something that I would be hopeful you would work with the township to do if it was possible.
Without question.
Okay. And then the last question I had was with regards to site layout. I think Mr. Bentley went on with this for quite a bit, so I'm not going to touch on some of the things I wanted to, other than just ask the orientation of the pickup area. Obviously, the pickup area is new. I don't think any of us know how pickup's going to go. Maybe it's more, maybe it's less in 2 to 5 years. The reasoning for it being, I guess, elongated toward the north side as opposed to maybe rotated or utilized in a different way. You mentioned, and I think it's a good point, the distance from the north houses that the building is. But as I look at the way pickup uses have been going, I think of this a lot closer to a fast food use. Maybe that's overstating the intensity of it, but at that point you now have an active line that's considerably closer than 300 feet to the north property line. Is there a way, have you considered mitigating that in some way, as far as, I mean, you have the berm, the trees, which hopefully is not a water issue, but obviously it helps with light and sound, but have you looked at any other type of orientation on that to bring it further away from the north line?
I'm going to let Jason answer that, but I know for a fact we've looked at it a number of different ways. We have to take into consideration like an abort lane, so if someone's in the queue to waiting on a parking space and some emergency comes out and they need to abort their parking, they need to be able to escape. So that takes up some room, and we're using some mountable curb in that area. But I'll let Jason, we're showing it perpendicular to the building. We've looked at it parallel. I think when we looked at it parallel, we had less, and you could recall better than me, we had less spaces available, and we're just seeing such a demand for that. Every time we grew it, the only way to grow it was perpendicular. Because of our that team that works with our digital marketing is what it is, our digital marketing team. Every time they'd look at our plan, they'd say, can we get one more space? Can we get one more space? Can we get one more space? And that's how we ended up with this plan. But just because it's being used so frequently, it's being used frequently because families are so busy and time-starved, as much as the pandemic. And we don't really see that changing in the future. At least our analysts are not seeing it change in the future. But I'll turn it over to Jason. Thank you.
At the risk of being repetitive, yes, we have looked at several different configurations and orientations of the curbside area. A couple of factors that weighed into this particular design were the parking variance. trying to provide as much green space to the neighbors as possible. And the other orientations required us to move the north edge of the parking lot further north. The other factor that weighed into this design was employee safety. For our employees to come back and forth from the door to the rear of the vehicles. This way has minimal crossing of the vehicle path, and so that vehicle is almost always stopped or has left by the time the employee is coming or going, so there's a very, very low probability of an incident with this layout. And then finally, although it is busy just typically during the afternoon drive home. Most of the day it's not quite as busy. So while Chris is representing it during its peak, like many drive-up areas, it's not always that busy. And so most of the time, the users of the curbside pickup area are going to land in those first 2 or 3 spaces, in my experience. And so it's nice to have those 2 or 3 spaces adjacent to the building, which helps us to serve customers more safely and more quickly. So hopefully that answers your question, sir.
I think it does. The only other comment I would have is we see a lot of developments here. I think the rest of the board would generally agree. We hear about traffic a lot. We have people asking us for traffic studies a lot. Very rarely do we actually see traffic studies, to the point where I was reading through this one. I haven't seen too many of them come before us. So I guess a thank you on my part. I'm glad you submitted one. Obviously, there's a lot of different ways these things can go, but hopefully it gives the Department of Roads the best ability to look at it and determine what's necessary for this site. Try to make sure that even for long-term planning, this is developed as good as it can, regardless of what use goes in there at what time. So just a thank you for including it.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that's all I have for the moment.
Thank you, Mr. Tuckfield. Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay. At this time, I'd like to make a motion
Mr. Chair,
to open it up to the public. Oh, did you have something else?
I did have one more comment, if I may.
Okay.
I was able to get in touch with our electrical engineer for the generator, and it does have a muffler system on it.
Okay.
Is that a silencer or just a muffler system?
I wasn't that specific with my question,
Okay, thank you.
but I can tell you that it is not. It does have a muffler system associated with it.
All right.
Just to get, sir, when it goes to them standby generators, they all have standard mufflers, but there's 3 styles of muffler. What is standard? Then a silencer, then a super silencer. So there's 3 styles. You might want to talk to your techs on that. The third one is the best. You literally cannot hear a motor standing next to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Oliver. No one else? Then I need a motion to open it to the public.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Spataforos, seconded by Mr. Bentley. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, motion passes. If you'd like to speak, please come up to the podium. Hold on just a minute. Hold on just a minute. I'm sorry. Please come up to the podium. Please state your name, your address, and know that you have 4 minutes. And as people come up, you know, you actually did a really nice job of being respectful of Myers and Mr. Box, and the commissioners will give you that same respect. So no cheering, no applauding. You know, the Olympics starts Friday, so you can do it then. All right? So anybody that would like to come up, come on up.
What's the time?
Oh, and the time is 7:16. Nope, 7:46.
Okay.
Okay.
Members of the Planning Commission, thank you. I'll be brief. I just moved in the neighborhood here back in March.
Name and address, please,
Oh,
sir.
I'm sorry. My name's Gregory Booton. I live at 15713 Mulberry Drive.
Okay.
Probably about maybe a block and a half, 2 city blocks from where this thing's gonna be.
Mm-hmm.
I had no idea this was gonna be there when I purchased my home back in March. Had I known that, I would not have purchased that home. I have 3 young daughters, and I wanted to finished raising them. They're 11, 13, and 15 in this neighborhood. I thought it was nice and quiet. I see a small property there. I never would have expected a large store like this. I've been a policeman for 24 years for the city of Warren. I'm a detective sergeant there now. I will tell you that we have 2 Myers in the city of Warren, and they are nothing but a breeding ground for thieves, and that's my biggest concern. I get anywhere from 4 to 6 cases a day coming out of Myers. The store's open, it's easy to steal from. I know what their policies are as far as apprehension. They don't really do that. So people just come and steal, and while they're in the neighborhood, they cause other problems. I'm also concerned about looking at this thing. I don't want to see it from my yard. I like that I have a storm drain running through my backyard. My kids think it's a creek. It's very beautiful. This is going to be an eyesore. It's going to be loud. It's going to produce probably some sort of smells. I don't even want to guess at what they're going to be. And I just wanted to express to the board that I can appreciate, I can appreciate what Myers is trying to do, and I don't have anything against the company itself. But they're there to make dollar, and that's what they're trying to do, and I can appreciate that. That does not make them a good neighbor to the people in this township. I don't believe that store serves anybody in this township's best interest. Suppose if you don't live in that neighborhood, it doesn't matter, but you can see by the crowd here that the people living in this sub do not want this thing there. I'd rather see a strip mall than a monstrosity like that. I just wanted to put my 2 cents in, because you won't know if I don't tell you. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Ginger Zarilli, and I live at 53111 Bayberry Drive. I am directly facing, I'm on the east side, and you guys talked about the north, but I didn't hear too much about the east side. They can't build a greenbelt there because of the gas company. What's going to happen? What's going to go on with our east side? And I talked to the road commission, Macomb County Road Commission, and they said they have nothing planned in the future to expand our roads. Right now they're working on Hall Road. They're going all the way to Gratiot with it. They plan on widening and going all the way with Garfield to 26 Mile Road. Our roads cannot handle this. And to have a Myers in our backyard, in our neighborhood, the trucks, even if it's 2 trucks, 3 trucks a day, those are going to be loud. We don't want it. Even not only here in Macomb, but Shelby and all over. And I've done research. I've gone to other Myers. I've talked to the people in Royal Oak. I went on Ohio, and they said that Myers, they bully people. And that was mentioned at our meeting, that they bully people. They're going to tell you what they want to tell you. But when it's all said and done, it's going to be a mess, and it's going to be awful. And our property values are going to go down. Our kids, it's dangerous for our kids. I can't even get out of my Bayberry in 24 Mile Road. I don't care what hour it is of the day. It's terrible. 400 parking places? That's a lot. These other strip malls don't have that. You guys, if you approve this, you're ruining our neighborhood. You're bringing our property values down. And then 2, the variance, the 36, no, that can't be. I went to Myers. I went to the one in Royal Oak. That's nice. That's a little one. That's 41,000 square feet. Nothing like 90,000 square feet. And then the marquee they have really high up, they're going to put a shield in the back and the top. The sides are like a window, and that's all glass. And then I counted the lights on back of the buildings. There's like 6 high up, some low over the doors. No matter what they do, we're going to see it. It's going to be in my window. That's my backyard. What are you going to do about the east side? You can't allow that with the green belt. There's no plans. I've heard nothing about the east side. North. I don't want this to pass. And I don't want that variance you guys to come down on it. I mean, I've talked to people, I've gone different places, I've talked to people all over, not just in Macomb, all over the place. And I hope the board can have compassion for us and not Myers. Myers is here to make business. They don't care what they tell us. It's all about them. And we don't want you here. So why are you here? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if we could just, this last lady was pulling on that microphone pretty hard. I just asked the people that if they speak, we're not going to have a microphone soon if they pull on that hard. So
Okay.
if we could just adjust it and leave it alone. Thank
All
you.
right. Sounds good. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Cheryl Cook, and I live at 5214 Frida Drive. I live in the Macomb Hills #1 subdivision, which is just on the west side of Lutheran North High School. My route to work is straight out 24 Mile Road. So I can tell you, I've been out there at 7, I've been out there at 8, I've been out there at 9, and then coming back home anywhere from 4 in the afternoon to 6 or 7, and it's a mess with the existing housing and the existing businesses. I did want to point out before I have a few more remarks, but I did want to address something that Mr. Jones had said about this easement and this property having been zoned C2 since 1989 before any of the houses were there. Well, with the C2 zoning, they are proposing to do this knowing what the C2 zoning ordinance is, and yet they're asking for additional special use when they knew what it was when they went in there. So both sides should be reviewed. The zoning ordinance in this case, section 10.2402B5A6 provides, when reviewing a special land use request, in addition to the specific standards, the commission shall not approve an application for a special land use unless it has been established definitively that the proposed use is necessary for the public convenience at the proposed location. While the C2 zoning does permit a grocery store, a local store selling at retail, fish, fruit, food, hardware, meats with no butchering, vegetables and beer and wines under an SDM license, and gasoline from not more than 2 pumps. And the C1 zoning ordinance permits use as a drugstore without a drive-through. Neither of those zoning ordinances that existed when these petitioners elected to try to put their proposed plan in place, neither of those two allowed either a gas station with more than 2 pumps or a drive-through. With respect to the necessity issue, there are 11 grocery stores within a 5-mile radius of this location. Randazzo's between 22 and 23 on Hayes, Kroger at 23 in Hayes, Olives at 22 in Hayes, Kroger at 26 Mile and Romeo Plank, which offers curbs, and all of these so far except Olives offer curbside. Walmart at 23 and M53, Vincent Joe's at 25 Mile and Van Dyke, Meyer at 26 Mile and M53, Meyer at Hall Road in Hayes, Kroger at 26 Mile and Van Dyke, Target with a grocery at 26 Mile and Van Dyke, and then there's Costco at Hall Road. In addition, there are several family farms offering farm produce grown fresh in their backyards, all during the growing season within the same mile radius. In addition, there are specialty and ethnic markets, including All India Grocers on 22 in Shaner, Atco Imported Foods at 21 in Hayes, Al Sadir Palace Market west of Hayes and north of Hall Road. So there's no necessity for this grocery store plan to be at this location. In addition, with respect to gas stations, there are currently 5 gas stations or providers on Hayes alone, approximately every Mile Road intersection, and over 20 gas stations within a 5-mile radius. There are also 20 pharmacies within the same 5-mile radius. You've got a CVS at 24 in Hayes, a Rite Aid at 24 in Hayes, Stonebridge Pharmacy at 24 Mile just west of Shaner, Walgreens at 23 in Shaner, Kroger at 23 in Shaner, CVS at 22 in Shaner and 23 in Romeo Plank, Kroger Pharmacy at 26 in Romeo Plank, Meyer Pharmacy at 26 in Van Dyke, Walgreens at Van Dyke just south of 26 Mile, Walmart Pharmacy at 23 and M53, and I can go on. With all of the grocery stores, gas stations, and pharmacies just within a 5-mile radius, this is not necessary. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is John Pasquinzo. I live at 53506 Addington Drive in Gateway Village Estates. I'm also the president of the Homeowners Association within that community. I wanted to come up here and talk about a few things. First is to request you, the board, to hold them to build within the guidelines of that C2 zoning. So I will reiterate some of the things that the lady just spoke of. That C2 zoning is only allowing for 2 gasoline pumps. And correct me if I'm wrong, gentlemen, but it looks like they're requesting 6 up there. And each of those will be serviced on each side. that gasoline pump station alone is a major concern, a health concern for us to the north, as well as to the east, as well as to the south. I've looked at all sorts of studies online on what it does, how many gallons of gas pumped. I was looking at a statistic that for every 1,000 gallons of gasoline pumped, about 1.6 to 1.7 gallons of gas is vaporized, and that's all going to be being breathed from us, the local residents. We don't want that there. There's a daycare right next door that some of the parents in our subdivision have their children there. Are you going to want your kids next door to a gas station that's going to be breathing that in all day? I don't think so. Mr. Jones said that only 27 deliveries per week. I've been in the DSD, which is direct store delivery, for the pop, Frito-Lay, the chip business for over 20 plus years. There is a lot more than 27 deliveries in a week between chips, pop, energy drinks, cookies, crackers, the frozen goods, the chocolates, the candies, all the breads companies. All these companies have people that come and deliver to the store as well as service the store on a daily basis. 27 deliveries in a week is a joke. He does not have his facts correct there. I also wanted to point out that he was talking about another store similar to this footprint is in Lake Orion, where that Kmart building is. It also is perpendicular to two major expressways. Large roads that can handle traffic, not in the bed of our community at 24 and Hayes, which is single lane roads in each direction. It cannot handle, the infrastructure alone cannot handle this. As well as there is a wall opening because they can't build that heavy structure where that wall comes across the north side of this mire. There's a 25-foot gap of a wall opening. This is going to allow all sorts of rodents and trash to leak into our subdivision. What's going to be done about that? The property values. I have friends as well as some of sales agents that live in our subdivision that we have talked to extensively on what this does to our property values. You're talking about a 10 to 15% decrease in property value because you live next to a major business grocery store like this. I don't think that's fair to do to us. We have very high taxes for Macomb in that subdivision. Those are very high cost homes. We don't want that next to us, and we don't want our property values to decrease because of it. If you had the choice to build or buy a beautiful home behind a mire or next to an open field, what are you going to choose? I think that's all I have to say for now, but lastly, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I also have a petition that we did for our subdivision, and I would like to submit that at this time.
Okay.
If you could tell me who to drop it with.
Mr. Lawyer, that would be great. Okay, next.
Hi, my name is Susan Carlson. I live at 53171 Bayberry, which is just to the east and just a few lots down from the open wall. First, I want to say I feel here, I talked at the last meeting, the voice of the people should really matter, okay? I'm not quite sure why Meyer wants this location. It's too near the subdivision. Myers has always been have a community feel. It's not a community. This is not good for, or in the best interest of our community. A lot changed from the meeting 2 weeks ago, from not being a 24-hour store to maybe being a 24-hour store, to not having all these deliveries. If you have 7 loading docks, you have a lot more than 27 deliveries a week. Having deliveries overnight, you want to come and live in my home now? Nobody wants this. I did my due diligence 30 years. I'm going to be here 30 years in a few months. Knew it was C2, accept that. So I beg the board, it's got to be C2, keep it at C2. I asked the board to keep to the master plan by turning down any and all requests changing to the use of this site. No special land uses, no pharmacy, no drive-through pickup points, no more than 2 gas pumps. I mean, there is also a part under the limitations on the C2 that says there has to be a 6-foot high wall. Since that wall cannot be closed by my home, this is not in compliance with the whole building. Take that into account, plus the people that will now walk up and down our easements because it's faster to get to Meyer, or the employees who are bored, all in the back there where all that noise and deliveries are coming from. I'm gonna have them all coming back, walking around in my backyard because, you know, that's what people do. People loiter. There's already 2 stores in the area. That other woman was very good about all the grocery stores. But Myers always seemed to build in a more rural or spacious area. There was a big separation, whether it was berms, trees, ponds, and then places built up after it. That gives you a choice. Do I want to build by a Myers or don't I? But to impose it on a neighborhood, I've been here for 30 years. I really ask Meyer to reconsider the site. I ask the board again not to change anything. Myers, why do you want to ruin the lives of a couple hundred people to put in a scaled-down business? Having the store imposed on a subdivision and the impact on our investment and our lifestyle is ridiculous. If any of you had something like this being built in your neighborhood, you would not be happy either. I will not be able to sit in my backyard anymore or have my doors open at night because of the lights, noise, people. I fear how the smell in the trash compactor, the dumpsters, they're just dumpsters, they're not recycled things, they're dumpsters, will have an effect on having my windows open. The people who live at other stores, all they do is complain about the pests, the stench, the lights, the noise. I just hope someone would think about what they would do if they were put in this situation. 3,300 plus residents signed this petition. We have nothing against Meyer. There's just so many other places that it can be built here. When he talked about the size of a football field with the variances, 200 feet plus 65 feet is 265 feet. You might be about half of a football field. I live on the east side. There's an easement. If there's an easement and they need all these variances, this is not the site for them. We can have, you know, this developer can put a pond, berms, whatever trees, and then have the strip mall up. What do you have in a strip mall parking lot? 40, 50 cars, not 400? We don't have these trucks that are going to plug in for the refrigeration, but what's the ratio of refrigerated trucks versus the other trucks that are coming in that we're going to have to sit and listen to? When the trucks are waiting and they're sitting, they're higher than the 6-foot wall that's behind our backyard, and they're high. I'm going to see right into the dumpster area, the whatever, the generators and all those things, that you can't cover that up.
I don't mean to interrupt, but your 4 minutes is.
Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Darren Rouse. I'm at 15277 Amberfield Drive in the Gateway Village subdivision. All right, I'm not going to reiterate what all has been said. Everything there is on my list as well. But what I want to say is this area is not a rebuilding area. We don't need a Meyer. Meyer is great for the old Redford High School. That area needs to be rebuilt. We're built. We want residential. We want family. We want home. Our kids in our subdivision, many around me, they're just now learning how to drive. That's the age of our kids. And with that much excess traffic, it's going to be dangerous for them and the people pulling out of Meyer because they're kids and they're driving. That's a big concern. You've got the loitering. You've got the random shopping carts flowing into your subdivision. You've got people turning around in your subdivision because they missed the entrance. Okay? Gas stations are known for people coming up to you, hey, got $1? Well, they're going to be parking in our subdivision, walking over to that area. Who's to say what they're going to do in our subdivision? The shopping carts are going to be in our subdivision, the trash, the rodents. With all that garbage, there will be rodents. How big box stores are heading to, a lot of them are shutting their doors. Take Farmer Jack, for example. They're gone. All right, you take Kmart. How does that building look over on 23 Mile? It's run down. Are taxes going to be lowered because of our property values have decreased? This isn't something we really need. So with that being said, I don't want to see the beggars. I don't want to see the unsafe traffic, 2-lane roads. We have a roundabout at 25 in Hayes. No one can go through that normally, as you see how many times they replace the signs. With more traffic, what's going to happen? Thank you much.
Thank you. But before the next speaker comes up, with just a show of hands, how many of you have an issue with traffic? Okay, I just want to put that on record, and now we can move on to other things. So we know as commissioners that you're concerned about traffic. So let's move on to other things.
Good evening. My name is Kyle Diedenbach. I live at 47391 Savannah Drive, Macomb, Michigan. I just wanted a question for the representatives of Meyer. Have you ever been to Zug Island in Detroit? It's pretty polluted there. Basically, that's what you're doing, bringing this Meyer into our town. Bringing pollution, trash, no one wants it. I just speaking for the people. The traffic's going to be terrible. I mean, pretty much everyone's hit it on the head here. I think even someone said at the last meeting, why not go down a mile down the road at 23 and Hayes where they were supposed to put a Kohl's there? A 4-lane road, 5-lane road, whatever it is, you know? If you don't like it, you know, just Meyer was from the west side of the state in Grand Rapids, so if you don't like it there, just go on the west side of Hayes and the Shelby Township, because we don't want it here in Macomb. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Susan Schmidt-Matson. I live at 54093 Myreka in Bayberry Park, which is just to the northeast. My main concern is the fact that the Meyers that are now open are very lax in the number of cashiers that they have. About a month ago, I was at the one on Hayes. There were 26 cashier stations, and they had a total of 3 cashiers. I waited in line 35 minutes to pay for my groceries. And when I got to the cashier, I asked her, can you not hire any more cashiers? She said, we have 2 new people who came, and they don't want to be cashiers. And my question is, how are you going to get cashiers in a new store when you can't even get them into the existing stores? Can any of you answer that?
Okay, that'll all be done later. We're not going to go back and forth.
Okay,
now.
but I think
So
that's
just make your
very
comments.
much of a concern. It really is, and they need to do something if they're going to open a new store. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Good evening. Robert Payne, 15112 Totten Place, Shelby Township. We're right across the road from the proposed project. I'm asking for a variance on the speaking time because I have some things to rebuttal their comments as a past engineer, physicist, and an MBA holder.
I'm sorry, but you have 4 minutes.
Just 4 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Well, first of all, I'd like to submit this letter as an exhibit to the meeting minutes, as the previous gentleman had done. Please?
Give it to our attorney, please.
Would you also permit me to hand a copy of this letter in front of you to the Meyer people so they can get a feel for who they're impacting by observing all these signatures that were given to me after reading the letter?
And give it to our attorney, and he'll make sure they get a copy of that at the end of the meeting.
Do again.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, another comment here. You cannot satisfy a low frequency without mass. You attenuate high frequencies with softer materials. The proposal of their loading docks will not work. They will act more like a laser. A laser takes a beam of light, reflects it on a mirror, reflects that light back to this mirror and forms a beam with it. You will be doing the same thing with their low frequency trucks. Case in point, if you take a car, 8-cylinder engine at 2,000 revolutions per minute times those 8 cylinders, that's 16,000 revolutions per minute. Divide that by 60 to get your frequency. It comes out to about 267 hertz. That's kick drum frequency, that's bass guitar frequency, that kind of content. If you take the idle speed down to about 1,000 revolutions per minute, you take that in half. When you take that down to 100 hertz, you're right in the vicinity of bass guitar. Do any of you object to loud music, like from Pine Knob? Would you like that? Well, you're considering that kind of imposition by these trucks. They do not have the mass on their loading docks to prevent that sound from going around. I have been involved in the sound business for a long time. I have also designed recording studios. When you have a commercial studio, and that's with a contained chamber, not something to just fly out in the air, because sound travels a lot further in open spaces. You need to have a barrier of like 6 to 12 inches in a wall. And each of those laminations have to be isolated with material that will decouple the transmission to each of the layers. None of these houses have that. You will hear the rumble come through. They are snowing you, essentially. You need to be mindful of this.
You have about a minute left, sir.
Okay, so
30 seconds.
30 seconds, I'm sorry, you have 30 seconds.
if we can but prevent the government from wasting the labors of people under the pretense of taking care of them, they must become happy. That was stated by Thomas Jefferson. Mussolini resolved the building of one of the greatest train stations and architectures of all of Europe in Milan. The Medici framed the culture and advances of Florence, with Brunelleschi building the Duomo. Those projects were based on autocratic demands from the top down, with authority that was unquestioned and had their political rivalries as well. But this is not Milano or Firenze, Italy.
I don't mean to interrupt you, sir, but your time is up. Do you have a lot to finish?
I've got 3 more paragraphs. It's.
I don't think.
For them, in fact, a lot of that, again,
All
I
right,
have to
go
say
ahead.
to you, was
Go
just
ahead.
a lot of snowing.
But if we're going to get out of order, folks, we've got problems.
Again, we'll address the impact. We're talking about our lives being impacted for the decades. So, this is America, and we are a democratic society where voting and permission and vetting come first. And then the people who are elected to run things as fiduciaries to the public are given concurrence to those activities and objectives that are beneficial to the public, not the other way around where the public is beneficial to the electorate. The Meyer Project and the Macomb Township Board of Trustees and Planning Commission were never given a concurrence by the resident corridors encompassing it to proceed forward with the Meyer Project, especially in the time frame in which it has taken place, approximately 4 weeks, at least in the public awareness. No instrument of feedback, questionnaire, or resident approval vote was ever circulated. Contrary to the residents of the Hayes corridor attached to the 24-mile and Hayes Road site where the project is considered, the only benefactors of the project are 3. Selmar Properties, he gets the profit from the sale of the land. Meyer gets a piece of the fuel sale revenue that Kroger, 23-mile and Hayes, experiences as the highest fuel revenue site in the entire state of Michigan. And the Macomb Township Board of Trustees get the revenues from the commercial tax base. But the residents, being a significant residential tax base as well, are the ones who pay the price in many forms in the years to come, in the wake of irresponsible actions by the board, after the board, the landowner, and even Meyer decide to move on. Macomb Township Board of Trustees have not acted in an ethical manner pursuant to the Meyer Complex Project, and should be ashamed in front of their resident base and those who have supported their office. The Meyer Complex Project at 24-mile and Hayes Road should be stopped, and the arrays of alternate possibilities should be explored, vetted, and concurred upon by the public with proper advance public notice. Thank you very much.
I guess I made a mistake by letting you go over 4 minutes, so I'll be a little more to the 4 minutes, folks.
Good evening, gentlemen. My name is James Marquette. I live at 53082 Bearberry Drive. I'm about 5 houses north of 14 Mile or 24 Mile Road, and my front door faces this wall that's there now. Gentlemen, can I see the satellite view of your picture that you had earlier? Can we have that thrown up there, please? The one that's got the pictures of all the houses there. See, Bayberry Drive is going to be on the eastern side there. See those two houses just directly south of Bayberry Drive? There's 2 homes there. My father-in-law and I built them homes. I live in one. Okay, and she lives in one. The other thing is, just adjacent to that property, as we talked about the, you talked about the utilities. Adjacent to that property line there, my father-in-law went to the utility, and he's an Italian gentleman who loves his garden. He asked to put a raised bed garden on that property, and he told them that he would mow or I would mow that property and take care of it and keep it upkeep. If you look at it now, it's just overgrown brush. They denied him because they were afraid the few yards of dirt was going to compromise the utility. Gentlemen, you're talking about building a berm and adding landscaping, that full length of that pipe. I cannot understand that. I can't even believe they're even thinking about it, and I can't even think the utility is even considering it. They were so worried about a few yards of dirt, now they're going to get a few hundred yards of dirt and a bunch of other way. On top of that, that first house, the westerly house that's on the south side of 24 Mile Road is my mother-in-law and father-in-law's house. He would be here today, but he is in a nursing home. His blood would be going crazy. I cannot tell you how many times I have seen an ambulance and a severe injury take place at that intersection. The property just east of the intersection is where there's some grass, or where that easement is. You have wildlife that travels all the way from 22 Mile Road. That goes down. You can walk down there and you can look and you can see forever. I can't tell you how many times cars have come across there and made contact with wildlife. Now we're going to add more people. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start seeing people getting really hurt with all these cars. I'm not going to go down the traffic road. We already know that. But the idea that we were talking about utilities is that. The other thing is, I'm a certified heavy-duty truck technician. I worked for Macomb Intermediate Schools for 30 years. I'm going to tell you something, those trucks are loud. Every truck by the Michigan State Police are required to have a backup signal. That audible is much louder than you will ever know, and you will hear that from miles away. Every forklift or unit or piece of machinery on that property, OSHA required to have a backup signal. So every time they're operated outside, it would be loud. That trash compactor is loud. It's a big cylinder, compressors comes down, it presses all the garbage. I can imagine it is somewhat contained, but not really. And it does have to get emptied. What's it get emptied with? Trucks. Deliveries, I work for a big box store now. Deliveries come and go a lot, and a lot more than what you ever think. And then on top of that, let's just throw in a little bit of weather, so now these trucks are later than scheduled. So no one really knows their time. I know my beeper's up. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Have a great night.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is Alvin Kosho. I live at 53112 Clarion Drive and Villa Rosa subdivision, just east of where they are trying to build this mire. When I purchased this home, my wife and I were young, maybe like 6 years ago. And I did my due diligence before purchasing the home to make sure that it was going to be a nice, safe, good neighborhood to raise a family. We had just gotten married at the time, I had no kids, and we looked and made about 12 offers on 12 different homes. And We finally found this house in this neighborhood, and we fell in love with it because of the neighborhood. It's quiet. We can tell that the neighbors are respectful because we visited it like 5 different times at 5 different times, just to see how the neighborhood was and how the area was. It was quiet, nice, safe, and just slow. Perfect place to raise kids, ride your bikes, not be too worried about your family if I'm not there, if I'm at work. And that's what it was, and till today it has been that. But if a Meyer comes here into that small road, 24-mile, is one way this way and the other way this way, you can barely get out of the street at 8 o'clock to go to work. You think can you just imagine how it's gonna be at 8 o'clock in the morning, peak hours, everybody's trying to go to work, taking 24-mile from Hayes to Shaner, and with all the trucks going back and forth, it's going to be almost impossible to even get off to turn left to go down Hayes, let alone go straight to Shaner. Another thing is going to be the biggest thing. I ran a supermarket with 40,000 square feet for around 9 years. So I know what it brings, let alone this is double the size. It's going to bring a lot of theft into our neighborhood. It's going to bring a lot of unwanted people who have no business being around here because they couldn't afford these property values or anything like that if they dreamt. But they come here from Meyer to go buy something on their food stamp card or something it may be. We have all this money that we work so hard for to provide for ourselves, to pay these taxes, to pay for these homes. Now we have to make sure it's locked up and taken care of extra safely because people are going to come and watch our stuff. When people come into these neighborhoods, they come from all over just to find the sale or to get meat that's discounted. And they're going to come all over. And like a gentleman said earlier, they're going to pass that Meyer and maybe come down our subdivision, see our nice home or a nice car in the driveway. They're going to keep that in mind for a different time. Yes, that could happen at any time, but this will bring a lot more of that. Another thing, diesel trucks, they said that they're going to be able to come in and back up and plug in. Yeah, on the 2021 trucks. What about all the trucks before that? All the trucks that were built from the year 2000 until 2006, 2007, they don't have that plug-in. So they're all going to come in and just keep running because no truck driver is going to be okay with turning off his truck while he's being unloaded because it's going to cost him more in diesel, or in the winter when he can't start it back up because it's too cold. Because diesel has a hard time starting when the engine is cold. So another thing, just to basically, I'm going to end this really quick because I know it's over. We do not want this Meyer here. All these kids in the neighborhood riding their bikes up and down the road, it is not safe for them. Their parents are not with them all the time. It's just not safe for the kids. It's not safe. We're not good for traffic. It's just so many negatives. I'm just trying to find the positive and sitting here for the last hour and a half listening to them talk. But it was just about how they can do what they got to do to get it approved. I didn't hear one good thing about how it could help us. Yet we still live here every single day, pay our bills, pay our taxes, go to work, come home, and try to provide for our families. Yet we can't have a comfortable place to go after we work 12, 13, 14 hours. It's not fair. But, you guys are the judge, so thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Chairman, members of the board. My name is Ryan Tengler. I reside at 15368 Amberfield Drive, Macomb, Michigan. It's just north of this development. I'm not going to touch on the traffic, obviously. People have been kind of hitting that home. First, I'd like to give the attorney some the petition that we got signed. We had 3,700 signatures. Sure. I'll first start off by saying, there's absolutely no need for a grocery store in this area, especially in the bed of our township, with 10 plus grocery stores already being in the area. And I've been in the public service for about 16 years, and I can tell you that anytime you have a structure this size with this amount of parking, you're inviting in all kinds of ill activity, not to mention the loitering, the littering, drug activity. I know people don't like to hear it, but sex trafficking is a real thing. If you go to the Kroger at 23 and Hayes, you can see that there's been accounts of that there. One of my biggest concerns is actually the gas station, residing right next to that preschool. I can't tell you how many times in my professional life that I've ran on runs where people have mistaken the gas for the brake. Now you got kids outside on the playground. And then not to mention you're gonna be running this business to the ground, because I can tell you right now, people aren't gonna continue to send their kids to that school. I have an issue with some of the stuff that's been brought up. I think Mr. Box and Mr. Tuckfield kept bringing up the fact that they're not building a structure as big as what they possibly could build. But I have to disagree with that, because if you build a bigger structure, you need more parking spots. And the mayor petitioner himself said during the ZBA meeting that if he was forced to do 450 parking spots, that he would have to make it less safe for the residents by imposing on the consumer's gas line. So I definitely have some questions in regard to that, but I'm going to move along. I think this board definitely needs to consider the residents that will be neighboring this development, along with the children of the Goddard Preschool. I think light pollution from the structure and the parking lot will greatly impact these homeowners and their livelihood, along with the pollution, the smell, and the noise. If you look at other grocery stores and gas stations in the area, there's usually a large partial or a main road that divides them, or greater distance. Gas stations, they produce vapors. Vapors from gas and diesel contain benzene. Benzene is a known carcinogen. There's been multiple studies done by the National Institute of Health and fossilfuel.com that state that childhood leukemia is at fourfold for kids residing next to gas stations. And birth defects are also noted with pregnant females. And then I was reading through some of the past.
You have about 40 seconds left.
Okay, the past minutes. I think it's Patrick Miager, who, I don't know how to say that name, but he was the acting planning director. When he denied Selmar's C2 to R2 development, he stated that the property is currently zoned C2 and the master plan calls for commercial development on this property. Mr. Miager stated conflicts with commercial adjacent to residential as well as multifamily. He further stated the master plan recommends and represents a relationship between commercial and single family residential in this particular area and its suitable fit. He suggested that an R2L would be more appropriate. Obviously that's my time, so I'll end it there, but I hope that the board acts on the sides of the residents and votes this down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Mike Williamson. I live at 15726 Camden Drive, Macomb. I'm right behind Jim, and I noticed that there's a lot of my neighbors here today and tonight, and they were here the other meeting too. First of all, I just want to say the reason why my wife and I moved to Macomb Township in the first place is because it is basically a bedroom community, right? It's a beautiful, quiet community. And, you know, we used to live right at Hall Road and Romeo Plank, where there was a lot of commercial development, and we moved up to 24 and Hayes to get away from all that. So now it's following us, and that's a shame. It doesn't leave us a lot of alternatives, and it doesn't leave other people that are interested in moving into Macomb Township too. The second question I would like to ask the board is, if Meyer was proposing to build this store in Macomb Center, what would the answer be? In Macomb Center, not where our neighborhood is, but right here, okay? The crown jewel of Macomb Township, okay? What would the answer be? And respectfully, based on the show of hands, traffic is number one, big issue, right? Number one issue. Our Meyer representatives a lot of specifics are lacking here. They were talking about mitigation measures for traffic. They talked about the developers going to take those mitigation measures, that the Macomb Road Commission is responsible for that. All I would ask the board to do is, before you make a decision, please give us an opportunity to know what the specifics are, at least maybe have a public hearing, so we know what the specifics are for the traffic mitigation. And when are they going to be done? Nobody said anything about is it going to be done before the development's done or after, 10 years from now? I watched all the videos that were for Cultivate Macomb that were done last October, and it was a really good one on the road commission and the trails and so on. Not a word was said about Hayes in 24, nothing. So there's nothing in the plans that we're aware of. So they said that Macomb County traffic people, our road commission is taking that up, but if that were true 6 months ago, why were we talking about it? That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Steve Stefanowski. I live at 15412 Piermont. My house is located just on the north side. If you see, there's a couple of houses with pools there. I'm just the neighbor without the pool there. But I use their pools frequently, so it works out. So my issue is when my wife and I bought this house, we did some digging into what the possible usages are for this piece of land, and we saw, and I actually did the builder's website for him, and I remember putting in a rendering of a plaza where typically the rate of occurrence for some of these concerns is a lot lower. We were not really concerned with things like vehicles, heavy traffic in that area right behind our house. We weren't concerned with significant lighting or significant noise, given that a plaza typically has that traffic in the front of the facility. Now we find ourselves looking at concerns with loitering, concerns with people accessing our backyard. I have a 2-year-old son. He has a playground, a little play set right in my backyard. We sit on our patio, we have barbecues. We never thought that enjoying life the way we do would be invaded by a store that's going to have big trucks backing up and beeping and people parking in that area waiting to pick up their groceries, potential to have loud music playing, people talking and yelling right in my backyard. Some of the prevention measures that are mentioned, such as the pine trees that line my backyard in addition to that 6-foot wall, are absolutely not a firm wall of pine trees. Those are half dead, most of them, in a condition where they have to be replaced. So, and you can see through them. They're not by any means covering or providing any sort of sheltering from noise or light pollution. The addition of additional trees would probably help that, but to say that it would mitigate the issue is kind of nonsense. The store is taking a lot of steps to mitigate noise and that, but again, this type of a facility is inviting additional sources of noise. And that's where really the concern comes in. The site design, the way they're routing visitors around that side of our house along that north wall, they're routing that traffic for people to come and pick up groceries in addition to routing the delivery trucks right along our wall. I agree that there should be an alternate design considered, possibly putting that pickup on the south side. If they were to, if you guys agree to approve this. Other concerns I have with respect to traffic, I know everybody mentioned it, but how do you assess traffic during transient conditions or peak conditions, especially when there's something new for online pickup that doesn't really have a history with Meyer? What are they really doing to assess the impact of that and the traffic? People turning in and out will increase the rate of occurrence of that type of condition. So
In about 40 seconds, sir.
Sure. I'm just curious how the traffic study accounted for such a scenario. And lastly, I just would like to say this impacts everybody differently. So I mentioned a couple of ways how it would impact my livelihood. We're considering getting our basement done at the moment. This is making me think about not doing that and putting my house up for sale because we're concerned with investing money into our home. Definitely the decrease in property value is a concern. Not just my concern, but you guys have nearly 4,000 signatures here that are against such a proposal. So please, I urge you guys to consider everything that we're saying here and the personal impact it has on everybody, especially those living right around the area. So, thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Kimberly Becker.
My address is 53123 Bayberry Drive. My husband James is with me as well tonight. Our home, if you look on this plan, is the last one of the row. We are the 11th house on the left, and we are impacted by this in many ways. If you could please go to the plan that has the whole plot development, please. Some of the things that we personally will be impacted by, the one that has the whole everything, the colored, yes, that one, thank you. All right, so here we see that there's going to be our wonderful 7 delivery spots, right? We have everything else that's behind. When we sit on our backyard, I can personally look out. Gentlemen, I would love for you to understand how it's impacting us as homeowners. When I look out on my backyard, what we see is everything. I know when CVS is open. I know when the bank is open. I see everything coming and going at Goddard School. We will not have anything blockading that. It's going to stink from all the smell as well. You're saying it's just a compactor and whatnot and it's not going to be a big deal. It's going to smell. The lights, now remember, through the winter, we've got nighttime is 5 o'clock, correct? And the lights from CVS, the bank, the Goddard School, anybody turning around, we see them. They're shining in. That's not even impacting what it's going to be with the lights of this tall building. It's not going to block. Trucks. I've recently been driving a 26-foot truck for work. They're pretty high. They're going to see over that brick wall that's only about yay tall, which, by the way, hasn't been capped yet, so add that to an expense line. Thank you. Also, the rodents. We have had our AC unit destroyed from the mice. Expect that. Add that to your budget line, guys. It's not looking pretty. Some of the things that are impacting are the noise. Our neighbors. Love our neighbors. We love to celebrate. We love celebrating homes, family, party time, right? In our yard with that wall, all of the sound travels. You can whisper, and I hear it. It bounces off the walls, everybody. Believe it or not, all that sound that they got coming and going from those trucks, we're going to hear it. It's going to be awful, and I'm not going to like it. From midnight till 10 o'clock in the morning with trucks coming and going, garbage trucks that come in the middle of the night, no. Daughter's room is in the back. She's going to hear it. Everybody else that has young kids, and even if they're not, we sleep at night. We're going to be woken up by this noise. Trucks are not quiet. The banging of the garbage trucks, I hear it every Monday morning and every Friday afternoon. 1 minute, thank you. My work has the big garbage truck right outside. Boom, 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 boom. In the middle of the night, we're going to be woken up by that sound. Unacceptable. Gentlemen, I really, truly hope that you are taking into consideration all of these wonderful neighbors of mine and yours that truly don't want this passed. I can't thank you enough for your time, but I do want to propose this as well. In 1982, you said this was zoned for C2. None of you were probably on this board, and us residents were not there. Our homes were not built until 1991 or 92. This wasn't even a thing for us. We didn't even have a voice at that time. Please, please take into consideration, maybe we change the zoning to a park, and I would love to propose to you the Macomb Township Memorial Park for that 14-acre parcel. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do have some signatures of immediate neighbors. So first I just want to my name is Linda Mainerich, 15721 Camden Drive. I'm to the east of the property, which, you know, hasn't really been spoken to of how they're going to keep the noise from traveling there. It's all been to the north. I would like to know when the traffic study was performed, if it was performed during the school year, because that is a heavily trafficked intersection for school buses. So I'll go on with my thing, sir. This property is zoned C2. There's no plans in the next 5 to 10 years to expand the infrastructure. That's from the Macomb County Road Commission. This area of 24 in Hayes cannot accommodate the extra traffic that this Meyer and associated gas station will bring. There should be no approvals of variances, exceptions, or special land uses, which are defined as outside the permitted use for the property, as it would adversely affect the adjacent properties and neighborhoods. If it can't be built as a true C2 without variances, exceptions, and special land uses, then it should not be approved. We feel these requests exceed the proper use and zoning of this piece of property that borders our quiet, peaceful neighborhoods. We respectfully ask that the Planning Commission please ensure that proposed developments on this parcel adhere to all zoning requirements as set forth in the Macomb Township Master Plan and Zoning Code. There's numerous factors to consider which would be detrimental to our health, welfare, and safety in our surrounding quiet neighborhoods. Our neighborhood, we can only exit from 24 Mile Road, and the other neighborhood to the north can only exit from Hayes. It's already heavily backed up on a daily basis in the morning, afternoon, and evening. Imagine an additional 400 cars, plus the pharmacy drive-through, and the 8 curbside pickup spaces at Myers stated 3 minutes per car during their full business day, which could be 24 hours. That's 8 cars in and 8 cars out every 3 minutes. And then add numerous delivery trucks on top of the already congested intersection and backups on 24 Mile Road in Hayes. Look at the site plan. There is not a straight way for those trucks to go through. It has to curve all the way around to the parking lot from either point of entrance or exit, which is going to add to the exhaust fumes that are going into our neighborhoods. The infrastructure is not equipped to accommodate a store of this size. It is already overwhelmed and congested, as I said, with school, bus, and neighborhood traffic. There is an elementary school, a preschool, and a high school, all less than 1 mile from this location. The roundabout at 25 in Hayes is not equipped for trucks. So is this truck traffic because already it's too difficult to make a left turn out of either one of those exit points or entrance points. Even right turns is difficult. It's going to block all traffic lanes. So that means that when they're turning right out onto Hayes, they're going to add additional trucks past the elementary school.
You got about 40 seconds, ma'am.
They keep talking about the north side, but they don't talk to the east side. It's a lot closer to the east side, all of those houses along there. So exhaust fumes from delivery trucks and cars, cancer-causing gas fumes from the gas pumps, and the rotten smell from the dumpsters and trash compactor will be blown with the normal direction of the wind into the surrounding neighborhoods and would affect the health of us and our children. Rats and mice will come into our neighborhoods, illegal activity at other Meyer locations, just at the other Myers in either direction. There will be excessive noise levels. There will be light pollutions from the building, the parking lots, and signage going into the homes. All this are just going to decrease our property values. So if it can't be a true C2 property, it shouldn't go in. There should be no exceptions. The infrastructure in the neighborhoods cannot handle this.
Thank you.
Thank
very
you.
much.
Hello, my name is Danielle Pelazzolo. I am living on 15303 Yellowstone Drive. And I don't know if anyone here lives in my subdivision, but Yellowstone Drive is god-awful. I know you said not to touch on traffic, so I will keep it brief, but turning out of my sub, it can take anywhere up to 10 to 15 minutes sometimes. It is absolutely horrible. When I pull out, I have to zoom out with my children in my car just so I can make it to where I need to be on time. Another concern is, are people going to start using my street and my subdivision to zigzag through to get to 24 Mile to bypass all of that traffic from the Meyer? So, thank you. Whoever said that, thank you. Daily, I am worried about my children's safety. I will be playing outside with them, and I have to worry about cars going 30, 35 miles down my street. It is absolutely unacceptable. So many people are just negligent when they're driving on my street. So I have to worry daily about my children's safety. God forbid a ball rolls into the street and they go after it and my child gets hit. So now that's more cars that I'm gonna have to worry about going down my street. Not to mention the accidents on 24 Mile and Hayes. Months ago, Halloween, I was driving to Goddard School because I have now 3 children enrolled in there. Driving down, and at that intersection was one of the worst accidents I've seen. A car on its side and a mother and her child dressed in his Halloween costume on the side of the street because their car was totaled. Am I gonna have to worry about that now with me and my children? And do I have to continue to worry about my child's safety? And going back to my children, like I said, I have 3 of them enrolled at Goddard. I just enrolled my 2-month-old at Goddard School. So now that's going to be 5 years, hopefully, that I have left there. I love my school. I love it there so much. My children get excited to go there. They love their teachers. They love their friends. So now, as soon as I heard about this Meyer development, I now have to consider pulling my children from Goddard. I am devastated by that. Because not only do I have to find another child care center that I have to trust the employees and trust my children's safety there, I don't want to do that. That is hard as a mother and a parent to find somebody to care so deeply for your child. I am a working mom. I don't want to quit my job. But is that another option for me? Do I have to find a child care center that I have to put all of my trust into, or do I have to quit my job? Another thing too, as so many people have touched on here, is the safety. And who is going to be visiting this Meyer? There are panhandlers everywhere. So now do I have to worry about these panhandlers standing by Goddard, staring at my children playing? Because once again, whoever touched on the human trafficking, it's real. So now do I have to worry about my children being abducted from this school? It may seem a little extreme, but extremes are happening. And I ask you, to the men from Meyer who are not even paying attention to me speaking up here, thank you very much. Put my children's safety into consideration. Are you gonna come to my children's school and protect them? I ask you that. And again, to you, members, are you gonna protect my children at Goddard? Because I am standing here shaking at the thought of this Meyer being built there and putting my children at risk. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, a point of order during this public hearing.
Yes, I think it's time we take a little bit of a break. I hate to do that to you, ma'am, but we're just gonna take a short 5-minute break. Okay? I'm sorry.
No problem.
Under Robert's rules, I move to recess for 5 minutes until 8:55 p.m.
Okay? Thank you, sir.
Support. Do we need a
Do we
second?
need, yeah, okay, we're making a motion.
Support Mr. Spatafor's motion.
Supported by Mr. Tuffield. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, 5 minutes, folks. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you could have your seat, I really do appreciate your indulgence. You reach a certain age, after a while, you have to go. Ma'am, and I thank you very much because you were the next person up, so I appreciate it.
I understand, not a problem.
Yeah.
Okay, I am Tamara Stone. I'm at 19580. I'm sorry, that's my mother's address. If you could go back to the satellite, I'm sorry to go back to the technological gods here. Thank you. Well, there's my house. My house is directly south. You have addressed the north and the east sides. Hello? Are these the guys I'm talking to? Excuse me.
Go ahead.
You have addressed the
Ma'am,
north and the east side.
Ma'am, you're really talking to us anyway, so.
Okay,
go ahead.
I would like them to hear it, though.
Okay.
You've addressed the north and the east sides, and my heart goes out to those people. However, you've completely ignored the east side, as the woman pointed out earlier, and the south side. That's me right there in that home. When I open my front door, I'm going to be looking directly at you, eating your dust. I'm going to have the same. Well, the traffic is insane. It's horrific. Only you were talking about more traffic. Nobody's addressed the infrastructure and what's going to be done on that. And if you have, forgive me, I've missed it. Nonetheless, I'm going to have more of the, I'm going to be looking at it. I'm going to be eating the dust while you're building it. Ironically, I moved here to escape all of the building around me on 26 Mile and Van Dyke. We had all the property there. However, they built a Home Depot, a Meijer. Oh my gosh, it's going to be dust like you guys have never experienced dust. You'll be eating dust upon dust. Also, I have flooded, many floods. So I do hope the township has looked into that all the drainage is properly maintained, and not only that, but done while building. I don't want to experience that ever again. That there's nothing worse, a flood and a fire. So, yeah, we're going to have all of the same, and I hate to be repetitive, but all of the same, everything they said, the rodents, the noise, the pollution. And next, last, I want to address, I've heard nothing said about, it was just mentioned briefly somewhere along the line, the children and the teachers at the Early Childhood Center. I am an early childhood specialist. I feel that the children are the most important people that we have to protect. What is being done to protect those people that are not only the children and the people providing for them? I'll be across the street watching. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening. Jennifer Manor, 52861 Karen with an O, Karen Drive. I'm right across Clarion. We're the only traffic light on 24 between Hayes and Romeo Plank. We only got, and I count my blessings, and every time having to gun it to turn left, I don't have to do that. I just have to wait for a red light or a green light. With all due respect, that light was put in there because of a tragedy. Somebody got killed while trying to cross the street. 50% are the people who live here. That's the traffic the gentleman said. 50% of the people are the people who live there who will frequent that. 50% minus 100% leaves 50% more. Beam me up, Scotty, is that how they're going to get there? It's only going to, there's more traffic. So, the lady, sorry, I do drive the speed limit actually lower in the subdivisions. I have had to take Yellowstone Drive because it's a roundabout way, but when 24 and Hayes, if there's an accident, you're not getting through. And there's no way, you don't really want a U-turn because then you're creating more havoc. And yes, Yellowstone Drive is the only road to get to our neighboring subdivisions. Loitering panhandlers, I don't want to deal with that. I dealt with that when I lived in Warren. I deal with it when we go to Kroger. That's my Kroger at 23 and Hayes. That's where I'll be driving to and waving if you approve the Meijer. Okay, I will not shop there. It's not a threat, it's a promise. And I'm sure 3,700 other people who signed the petition won't either. So that'll be, not cost effective too much if they're trying to get the residents to go shop there. Necessity. Oh, wait. Operates acceptably. With all due respect, Macomb County people just don't live there because the traffic is horrible. Two more things. One more thing. Campgrounds. I was a camper. I'm still going to camp. A lot of people became campers because of the pandemic. Do you know why they use quiet times in campgrounds? Because you can hear even whispers when it's 200 feet away. Okay? Hear whispers, not those big trucks, not the backup sound, whispers in a campground. So just FYI, please don't vote for this. Thank you, I did remember. We did do our due diligence also. Keep it C2 then. Keep it C2. Don't approve any of these variances if you're going to approve. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Abby Collins. I live on 15386 Piermont Drive. I'll try to be as short and sweet as possible. My concerns, I work 2 jobs. I'm a teacher. First of all, my heart breaks for those kids at that Goddard school because I know as a teacher, you cannot see everything at every single second. And for all those parents that have their kids there with all that's going to be happening with this mire in and out and whatever else might come with it, I guess what I want to know is why do they have to have a gas station there? Can't they just put the mire and maybe not put that gas station, and maybe that would alleviate some of the residents with the concern of the gas? And my other concern, my second job is at a grocery store that really does care about the impact that they make in their location. And I see it firsthand, and I know that no matter how much they care, they still make a mess. That garbage area, the back of the store is a mess, and they clean it, but it's impossible to keep it clean. And I am concerned about all that's going to get blown, the parking lot. We are disgusting. Throwing our masks, I'm concerned about the trash. I care about where I live. I care about the earth, and I don't want this trash. I don't want this gas that we're gonna have to breathe. And I think, I do wanna say thank you for offering to put up the trees behind us, because that was a concern. I said at the last meeting, I'm to the north, I back up to that wall. You're gonna see it, we're gonna hear it, so I appreciate that you're gonna put trees in, but how long is that gonna last? Are you gonna repair them for us when they die? Are you gonna replace them? Because right now I can see and hear from our doors, 24-mile haze. I did look after the last meeting, I can see CVS and the bank and the school lights, so we will see the lights, we will hear it. I think that's, and I'm upset because I feel like we were misled last meeting when they said that, oh, it's going to close at 9, I believe you said, and now you're saying that, oh, now it might be open 24 hours. I was fine, maybe with it closing at 9, okay, fine, early hours, maybe it won't be that loud, whatever. Now it's up to maybe 24 hours eventually. I'm upset about that. I feel very misled, and I disagree that maybe if you did flip it around and maybe you put it, like, if you have to have that stupid gas station there, maybe you flip it and you put the noise stuff against that, because I don't care about car doors going in and out, whatever. I care more about those backups. Again, I work 2 jobs. I would like to get a good night's sleep and not have to hear all your loud trucks and all that other garbage on the back. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Brenda Asmar. I'm at 15282 Piermont Drive. So my backyard actually does lead up to the wall on the north side of the development. I'm not going to reiterate everything everyone said, every fact and concern I completely agree with. The noise is going to be disastrous, at least, for me and everyone else around, as we know. We're all in these neighborhoods. It's beautiful neighborhoods. It's quiet. We all get along. We don't want to hear the sounds of mire. We hear the sounds of I literally hear the kids playing in the playground at the Goddard school. That's the sounds, I know I'm stating the obvious, that we want to hear in these quiet, nice neighborhoods. Furthermore, I'm listening to everything everyone's saying. So I'm more of a listener. And honestly, there's nothing, at least in my opinion, nothing good or positive coming from this. I haven't heard one person come up and support this. Like, what good or positive is really coming from this? That's it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi there. My name is Dan Jarzina. My address is 53464 Abraham Drive. We're to the east of the proposed location, pretty far away, so it's not going to directly impact us that much. Besides for traffic, I'm not touching on that. As far as fumes go, the only thing that was brought up in their presentation about, and you guys touched on it too, with the gas stations, how they're all going to be, and the diesel trucks, they're all going to be up to code and up to regulation. That's all great, but right now we have nothing. Bringing in regulation is going to bring more of that fume. So we're not comparing it to regulation. We're comparing it to what's there now. As far as the loading docks go, they talked about how they were recessed and they slightly on an angle. There will be a 6-foot wall, from my understanding, with a little bit of tree cover to the north. If they're on an angle, I'd like to see a study on how that's going to affect the headlights from those trucks hitting over that 6-foot wall, because most of those trucks are already taller than 6 feet to begin with. With that, the next point that I had written down here, like a lot of people said at the zoning, they talked about closing at 9 p.m. To where now it's Meyer's way to be 24 hours, but it's not Macomb's way. Macomb likes its sleep. As far as trash goes, I live at that 53464 Abraham address, but my parents are divorced. We actually have a farm on 26 Mile Road in Romeo Plank, right across from that Kroger there. This year alone, I picked up, on my day off, which is Monday, 28 55-gallon bags of garbage, 96 masks. Took me about 7 hours. And I have a small store there with 11 employees, and Kroger wouldn't help me out one bit. But we have 11 employees. While everyone else is hiring, I took 3 of my employees off that, and we went and picked up garbage for 7 hours. Trash compactors are great. The Kroger at 26 Mile in Romeo Plank uses them too. And I still had 28 55-gallon bags of garbage in my field to pick up so my tractors and my planters don't get clogged up with garbage and break. It's the same thing at the 23 Mile in Hayes. If you just look directly across from that exit that exits onto Hayes, behind that Imagine movie theater, any large grass there, you can pick up easily 30 bags of garbage at any given point. And yeah, they're always going to take care of it. Yeah, everyone does. I guess to end on one thing is everything works how you want it to work when you draw it up on paper and talk about it. 50% of it comes out how you draw up the plan, 50% of it comes up in execution. Those 3 gentlemen may have drew up and explained a great plan. They're not going to be the ones running that mire. They're going to import store managers who don't give a dang about anyone that lives here in Macomb to run it, and the other 50% of this equation is not going to work. And it's going to leave all of us to pick up their slack. And quite frankly, we do enough of that already. Thank you.
My name is Charles Gray. I live at 27643 North Willowwood Drive. I'm a former township resident. I live in Harrison Township now. Just wanted to quickly touch base on something that was brought to my attention a lot. This is going to the petitioners. You guys, to be honest with you, you guys really don't care about how the residents feel. You guys are telling us what you want to hear, basically. And going through my phone right now, I've counted about 40 retail frauds at different various Meyer locations, possible sex trafficking, loitering, all that stuff. And, whatever the store is going to bring, it's going to bring nothing but problems to the township. And that's my concern. The kids at the school, that's what I'm concerned about. The loitering, how do we know if they're scoping out that school for kids? Or the Comerica Bank right there, how do we know if they're waiting over there, potentially going to rob the bank or something? So it's just, a lot of things that come into play when I think about this. And, I hope that, you guys consider, not passing this at all, because we really don't need a grocery store. We got like 100 grocery stores around here. We really do. 3 miles, 4 miles, 5 miles away. We don't need that right here. If anything, it could be a strip mall or a park or something. Something that's not commercial. Almost lost my train of thought right there. But I wanted to touch base on the trucking, or I'm sorry, the delivery. I myself, I deliver groceries for Meyer. Takes about 45 minutes to an hour, sometimes an hour and a half, depending on how busy the store is. So with the the drive up the drive up pickup line or whatever you call it. It's going to take them a while because right now there's an employee shortage. Nobody wants to work, right? So therefore, it's going to take a long time for people to get their groceries, let alone just regular customers checking out, because there's only like 3 cashiers, right? So, I mean, it's a lot of stuff that you're saying to us that is misleading, like you're not telling us the actual facts. So, I mean, that's really all I got to say for now. But thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, members and fellow Macomb Township residents. We're all here. We all really care about our community. Sorry, I'm always an emotional person.
Your name and address, please.
James
sir.
Ray. And my address is 53576 Fitzgerald Drive, Macomb. I live in Gateway Village. And just a few of the thoughts, like the traffic studies and the things that were done. When were they done? Was it during the pandemic? Does anybody know as far as when the traffic report was actually done?
We'll answer questions.
Okay. Also, was that done during the school time of year? Because Beck is, just north of the property. Goddard School is a very big concern because it's close, but my son Vincenzo and Antino are going to go to Beck. It's something that's going to affect not only just them and your daily adult worries as a resident. Definitely knowing that it's a C2 property. When I bought my property and did my due diligences, I definitely didn't think that a large Meijer store and gas station would be at this parcel. Definitely knew it was going to be a commercial parcel and something resided, but the risk that's at every residence in Macomb Township, not just at this corridor. 24 Mile is 2 lanes. Hayes is 2 lanes. We don't have plans for this. This isn't something that's prepared this year. Maybe something in the future or down the road. Not something in my thoughts, as I feel it's something that's shoved down pretty fast or too fast for me to even comprehend. The other locations, I think I love Meijers. Like, there isn't anything I have bad to say about Meijers. It's not about Meijers. It's just about the location and what the use of the property is for. Special land use permits should be long thought out processes and put together throughout the community and the residences. I petitioned and went through a lot of this stuff with a lot of the neighbors, just asking for good and or bad feedback. I was part of getting the 4,000 signatures. There's literally not one person, and I can testify this, that told me that this was a good spot for any grocery or convenience or gas station store. From these people that we hear within our own township that we all live and abide by. With any of these plannings or any of these ideas within development, obviously being in real estate myself, I'm a real estate agent and real estate broker and mortgage lender as well in the local community. It's something that every homeowner, and some of these homeowners I've even sold their houses to them and told them about these plans and things that they may have in their own backyards. They can testify it and go through that as well. But knowing these plans and these ideas that we have, I don't feel that it's something that's supportive to a company or an institution of Meijers or of any other company name at that intersection of 24 Mile and Hayes. There's multiple accidents. I usually leave anywhere between 6 in the morning and 8 in the morning. I'm leaving from the Gateway Village, so north. I'm heading south on Hayes. It takes probably 3 to 4 minutes to go just from my subdivision just to get to 24 Mile. My office and location is at Garfield and Canal, so I'm heading straight down Hayes on my way home. It takes me longer to go from 24 Mile to my house than it does from 24 Mile to Hall Road. That's because it's traffic within this small half mile radius, right? I think we all know, and we're all common residents that live in this area, in this township, that know that that is a large concern, is how can the infrastructure support it. I'm not so much worried about noise and a lot of those other things that I know a lot of other people are, because I don't believe it's in best use of a C2 property. With noise and anything that is commercial is going to provide noise and harm and be dangerous to some of the elements, but everything that's happening within all of that is part of the land, not a special use of the land, right? So it being tended to that, Or I'm sure Meyer would maybe rethink it if it was only 2 pumps. They probably wouldn't put it in if they could only put 2 pumps, right? We understand that. But them going amongst the special land use permits and doing that, having acceleration lanes, having deacceleration lanes on the northeast corner, there's Myers that I go to on a regular basis on 26 Mile. To me, 26 miles an expressway, right? 24 Mile isn't. 23 miles kind of an expressway, right? There's other big, larger convenience stores that seem to be, if you looked at a general map, going on the Hall Road, 23 Mile, 26 Mile. Those are more trafficked areas, not creating them within the miles within themselves. I would like to see if they're really proposing 1 to 2 delivery trucks per night from whatever this time frame is. If you were to choose to approve the special land use, let's get this stuff in writing saying that you're only going to deliver 1 or 2 trucks, and how big are these 1 or 2 trucks, right? Also the pharmacy, if it's open 6 a.m. to 9 p.m., pharmacy or hours or things like that, or operations, there's a lot of businesses around. My concern, if any store were to go in there, is what is it doing with its competitors? What is it doing to the people that are within? Is it dragging the competitors down, or is it lifting them up? I feel that the C2 land and property that it is currently and today could be much more manageable, much more useful to all of us as residents, and you as residents as well, developed in a different way. In many ideas that we would say. The community strongly denied the variances and are strongly supporting and are against a lot of this stuff. So I hope that you guys all listen and hear to everybody that's around us. We're all going to see each other at our local grocery stores and our local markets and our local children's events and baseball games and things like that. So I hope that you would do the right thing for you and your family with your properties and your parcels, because nobody would want this in their backyard neither. Thank you again and have a great day.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Matt Middleman. I live at 15331 Prentice Court. Again, Gateway sub, just north of where we're going here. James is my realtor. He sold me the house. Didn't say anything about a Myers. We moved here from 18 Mile, right? This was to be kind of our forever home, raise our family, stuff like that. I bought the house based on the land itself, not even on the house. I hadn't actually looked at the plans, because I'm in the cul-de-sac, right? So it was a one entrance, one way in, one way out subdivision with a cul-de-sac. I should not have any traffic, nice big yard, raise my children, they go to Beck. So I have the same concerns as everyone else, right? The trash, traffic, litter, noise, people wandering around, stuff like that. But my point is that we built this house. It's kind of like the place where we're gonna be for the next 20 years. Right, put a lot of money into it. I have a nice covered gazebo. We're digging a pool in 2 weeks. This is now basically where my wife and I are supposed to be, and I feel like I basically now put a bullseye in my family, right? If I look at Zillow, my house is now 600K, and it stands out, and now I have this big bullseye because we're putting this Myers here and whatever, whoever's hanging out in the back of it, I guess, right, if you get my point. Kind of ruining the why we came here. So I'd also like to know, I don't know if there's a mailing list I need to get on, right? Because if it weren't for John, I wouldn't have known about this. So I wouldn't have known to come to this meeting if he didn't bring it to my attention. So if there's a way that this stuff gets communicated, if that could be shared. And my last comment is on that Goddard School. My wife owns childcare facilities, so I know the stress that this is going to put on the business. And I just pray that it's there in a year or two, right? Because it's not good for childcare people to have this much traffic around them. So that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name's Tyler Gillespie, 15356 Prentice Court. I guess my biggest concern, is the fact that businesses change, as we know, over time, and they'll come to meet the demands of the customers. Right now, they're proposed to operate from 8 to 11, I believe it was, or 8 to 10, one of those 2 times. And just the worry is going to be it's going to become a 24/7 store. Previously, the CVS across the street and the Kroger at 23 and Hayes. I believe they both operated at 24/7. And just the worry we have is, the increased traffic, the increased noise, the increased lights that are going to, come about from this. And I guess maybe we have to worry about what could happen in the future with this plot of land. The business closed, what comes in after? It's just things we, as the community around it, need to, I guess, be concerned and worry about. If it ever becomes a derelict building like some of the other major big box stores, what's going to go in there? Are they just going to tear it down? We're going to have these same conversations again about what we let in or what what our new neighbors are going to be. Just like to say thank you for the time, and hope you have a good night.
Hello, my name is Ed Lagos, 15730 Mulberry, Macomb. I came here a little neutral on all this Myers, but after seeing the site plan and the way things are laid out and the noise and the rats and everything, I'm just letting you guys know I'm totally against it now, and I hope you do not approve it. I have a question. Does that parcel being C2 and the date it was made C2 have any effect on this approval process? Because Mr. Vox pulled up the dates earlier where they said it was in 1989 it was approved for C2, and the subdivision next to it was in 1996. I've been a resident in that sub since 1992, I think. So I know that 1996 date is wrong. I would strongly recommend you check these dates. Maybe the 1989 date is also wrong. That's it.
Okay, thank you, sir.
My name is Matt Lang. I live at 15386 Piermont. I just wanted to say a quick story. When I was a kid, my dad was a heavy truck mechanic. He really wanted to build a garage in the backyard of his house. And he went all out. I want this and I want that. And he came in front of the board, probably similar to this, and they said no. And he's like, well, what do you mean no? It's my property. Well, yes, but it's zoned residential and it's zoned a certain way that has rules, and it's done that way for a reason. So he had to lower his expectations and make his garage a little bit smaller. So, and same thing with my neighbor. I back up to the wall here. He spoke earlier. He doesn't have a pool yet. Well, if he wanted to put a pool in, he'd have to get a permit, and it would have to be done within certain guidelines. As long as those guidelines are met, he can put that pool in, no matter how much I want it or don't want it, much like the residents here. As long as the mire is or it fits the zoning requirements, then it can go there, right? But that's not what's happening here. They're trying to get variances to change this land from what it was originally zoned. So again, I just want to say, stick to the zoning, and that's it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Karen Richards. I'm at 55369 Demerit Drive, and I just want you to know that I agree with everybody here tonight, and I would like to know why this would be a good idea for any reason at all. The area is completely saturated with grocery stores. I mean, just saturated. You got Myers 3 miles south of there, that huge Myers. There's a Myers at 26. There's a Myers at 26 in Gratiot. And by the way, I was just there the other day, and they're trying to put in self-serve registers. So it looks like the whole complete store is just going to be self-serving. So if the idea is to provide employment opportunities to the community, I think we all know that that's not true, okay? Because you can go into any Myers, and everybody knows you're going to be in line for 30 minutes trying to check out. I don't care where you go, okay? They don't have enough employees. They don't take care of their stores. And for somebody to come in here and say that he's trying to help, his customer base, it's wrong, okay? Because we have way too many grocery stores here. There's just too many. And people don't need this. I live actually north of this area. The only way out of my area is to come down Hayes. So we can't take Romeo Plain, because that's crazy. I never travel 24 because it's so busy. I can't even imagine what the traffic would be like, and I know you've heard that all night long. But if the road commission doesn't see a problem with this, I mean, it doesn't make sense. I mean, that's a 2-lane road. And these poor people that live there trying to get out of their subs, I know, Clarion Drive, it's a nightmare. it's not right. I think that you guys should really listen to people tonight. I think you should think about the C2 zoning and what people are saying. I think that if this is about a tax base or something, if this is about tax money, bringing in more money to the community, this is a travesty for this area. It really is. It's not needed. You've got grocery stores everywhere. I think everybody could get in their car and within 10 minutes be anywhere they want and get it. And honestly, it will bring crime to the area. Everybody knows what happens behind Myers or Kroger's or everybody knows. So I really think that you guys should consider that. I think that you should really listen to people here. I don't think it's just people that are immediately connected to that. I think it's for the general greater area. I just think it's a bad idea. I think that there's no reason for it and it's not needed. I think that everybody would agree to that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Edward Puz, 53147 Bayberry. I suggest that we table this until we get somebody from the road commission and from the gas company out here, answer some of the questions everybody actually has concerns on. Myself personally, I'm concerned that the soil conditions for this site, with that gas main back there, that's a high pressure gas main, I can't express more concern about what possible construction on that site on a heavy scale could possibly do for the soil conditions, along with the water mitigation for that property. Also, I want to know, how do they plan on splitting the actual drainage of the actual gas station versus the rest of the storm sewers in case there's a spill? Nobody's addressed any of this right now. That could be a major issue if it's dumping into the storm sewers and all that. All right? Everybody's got to keep in mind that if I went into Salmar's sub and I says, I'm going to buy a lot, and he says, I want $150,000 for it. I give him $150,000 and tell him I'm going to put a trailer on it. He's going to tell me no way. It's okay for him to have stipulations, but we have no voice in any of this. Another thing I'd like to know is how far along are we in the actual purchase process? Has Myers purchased the property? Does anybody have an answer for that? That should be public knowledge. If they've already purchased the property and this process is underway, which in my experience in commercial construction, nobody spends this type of money with engineers unless they've already purchased the property. They're already a couple $100,000 into this. Somebody needs to answer these questions, because if that's the case, and we know that this is going to happen for sure, then we could stick to our guns on the C2 requirements. There's no reason why we should flex because nobody else has done anything for us. I mean, this needs to be addressed in a proper manner, and the whole sub needs to be notified when there's hearings of this, not just adjoining houses. Because of the crowd that's here, everybody wants to know what's going on. I think it's proper. I mean, everybody's paying taxes, and then you're only going to bring the people that adjoin it? I don't think it's right. You know, there's a 57-acre piece on 25 in Hayes, more than large enough for a superstore for Myers. They haven't even looked at it. Why not? I don't think Lombardo wants it over there. You know, I mean, we got to understand what's going on here. Everybody's familiar with the development in the area. We know what's going on. That piece has some really concerns of mine because of soil conditions. And obviously the gas company has conditions, they got concerns about it too. They wouldn't have dug it all up and checked the pipe a couple years ago if they didn't have concerns over it. It needs to be addressed. I just think it's way too much. If we stick to C2, I could take an ink pen and I could redraw that building so everything works and everybody in this building's happy right now. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I just have one question. Do any of you guys have kids or younger daughters?
I need your name and address, please.
My name is Andrea, 53360 Fitzgerald Drive. Do any of you guys have kids or younger daughters? Do you feel comfortable letting your younger daughters go to Meyer past a certain time? Probably not. Well, you see that house right there with the pool? That's my backyard. I have another younger sister, and there's a lot of young kids around here. I don't even feel comfortable going in my backyard past a certain time, because that Meyer is my backyard. And that's all I have to say. So thanks.
Thank you.
Chad Waller, 53360 Fitzgerald Drive. The young lady that was just up here is my daughter. We were sitting at home watching this on YouTube on TV. A lot of questions came up. The major question is, I've been doing this construction for many years. I've been sitting actually as an owner's rep on the other side of a lot of these meetings. Sitting at home, not wanting to deal with another one, honestly. But the question was brought up, how did this come across to the board and even think it was a good idea? Location, traffic, the public, everything. And mainly that gas station cannot go. It's a safety issue. It's a major, major issue. And the only entrance also shares the entrance with the Goddard School, which I believe was brought up at the last meeting. The only entrance off Hayes is shared with the Goddard School. These are all major safety concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else that would like to speak tonight? Anyone? Okay, then I'd need a motion at 9:37 to close the public portion.
So moved. Second.
Mr. Provenzano, or Mr. Shudo, seconded by Mr. Spatafora. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, motion passes. Any comments from the commissioners? Okay, then the next item.
Okay, next item. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say that there's some things that have to be cleared up initially. First of all, we're not a board. We're not the board of trustees. We're not elected officials. We're appointed. And there's certain things that we can and cannot do. And I think that we need to have you understand that on the Planning Commission, as one gentleman said, if the proposed use is within the ordinance, by law, we have to allow it. We can't tell people how to develop their property. If they bought a piece of property, we cannot change that. It's not something that we have discretion with. By the same token, if in fact we want to approve a project that doesn't meet the ordinance, we can't do that either. So it either has to be within the ordinance, and if it does, this group, not the board of trustees, commissioners on the Planning Commission, when we look at engineering, sewer, drain, the assessors, traffic, if they say, Nunzio, this meets the ordinance, their proposed use, you know what you have to do. We're created by a statute. We don't have the right to just do whatever we want. So at this stage of the ball game, when we have this site plan and special land use, there's certain things that we can and can't do. It's not that we don't hear what you're saying. We understand what you're saying. But at this stage of the game, this board has certain things that we have to do. Am I wrong?
No, you're correct, Mr. Provenzano. So
He
just to
is-
clarify the point, so this is Zone C2. A supermarket is a permitted use within C2. This board is not here to consider whether or not a supermarket is appropriate in this location because it doesn't have the discretion to do so. It's already in the ordinance. So what you're voting on here today is a special land use for two purposes. One is just outside storage, which are the things we see normally in any store today where they have outside storage of things that they're selling, their outside displays. The second thing is the drive-through for the pharmacy. So your sole purpose for this hearing right now that we've been in the middle of are for those two purposes. And you can't deny those two purposes because it's a Meijer and it's a supermarket. You have to solely look at those two purposes in the confines of this hearing. So that's this hearing. Then the next one is the site plan for the supermarket parcel. Okay? Now, the next hearing that we're going to have after this, because there's essentially 4 hearings tonight, we're on the first one, is for the gas station parcel because it's a separate parcel. And the ordinance that they've been speaking to tonight about the 2 pumps does not apply because it's not part of the Meijer's gas station parcel. It's a separate parcel, And so the service station provision of C2 applies, which is permissible in C2 zoning. So the two pump issue is not an issue for the purpose of tonight. And it's not even an issue for the purpose of this vote right now, because we're only looking at one, whether we should have outdoor storage as proposed by Meyer, or two, a pharmacy drive-through as proposed by Meyer. That's the sole vote for this hearing right now.
And that's why I wanted to get that out, because of what we've been hearing tonight. And I wanted to make sure that there wasn't that disconnect continuing, that everybody understood what our purpose was and why we're here. So with that being said, where were we? Well, we have a function.
We have a whole site plan hearing coming up after this one tonight.
we have things coming up. Okay, so
Okay, the one thing that we have to do tonight is, first of all, we have to make a motion on the special land use, the pharmacy.
So as it relates to
And then we go to the site plan.
Okay, are we gonna make motion?
Are you making the motion?
I did have a question with regards to special land use.
Sure.
Okay.
Mr. Box, obviously, we talked earlier about the division between the pharmacy drive-through and the neighborhood to the east, which is, the pharmacy drive-through is part of the special land use, which is what we are talking about this particular portion. Is it accurate that there is not the availability or the ability to put any type of screening to the east of that parking area?
Within the easements, I think they mentioned that they're going to try to work with the consumers folks to put some type of screening in there. There's no guarantee that they will allow that. As one resident mentioned, that they tried to put some gardening in there and were denied. So whether or not the consumers folks allow any type of screening within their easement is up to their discretion. Additionally, there's the sanitary easement that is owned by the township. That would be in discussion with our water and sewer department of whether or not they would allow that.
All right, well, then I would just say, Mr. Chairman, that my concern here, and this is part of why I asked about the hours, is if we have the pharmacy potentially running concurrent with the rest of the store, and the rest of the store could go 24 hours, which I believe, Mr. Box, we have no restriction on hours, so I don't think on the base use, I don't think we could restrict the hours to that. My concern is between that and the gap to the east, that the drive-through use is not adequately shielded for a late period of time. And so I guess my concern with regards to the land use and the different standards we have here is I think that maybe something along the lines of an hour limit on the pharmacy, if there is no ability to put screening in, might be appropriate, considering that it is essentially a drive-through function aiming at the property to the east. So that's my concern specifically with what we're hearing tonight on the hours. I think if the pharmacy closed at a standard time, I think it would be different, but with the potential of the store going 24 hours and it aimed at the residential to the east, and with the fact that there's no ability to put screening there, I feel that it might be appropriate to add some type of restriction to hours to the pharmacy. So that would be my only comment, specifically with regards to this.
Is that possible?
Well, you can put conditions on it. Whether or not the petitioner feels that's appropriate and may wants to appeal that's up to the petitioner. But, as to the screening, the question is whether you can put a condition on that they'll put some sort of screening system there to the extent possible. I mean, that's the question.
Well, and I guess I would ask that to the petitioner here. It sounds like the likelihood of screening is probably low, is what I'm understanding. I should say, in addition to the wall that does exist there, which I should note. So, do you have any comments on this, I guess?
Yes, sir. I would suggest that the probability of screening in the utility easement is a little bit higher than it is in Consumers Energy. Although I wouldn't say that Consumers Energy is necessarily low, in as much as in initial conversations with them, they have expressed some amiability to arborvitae along the east end. It's more than 30 feet from their pipe. It has a very narrow root structure, and initial discussions have been positive. So I'm cautiously optimistic, but I cannot promise it. As it relates to the township, typically the township's concern with screening in their easements is the necessity of removal and replacement should they need to access their pipes. And in this case, I'm fairly certain that we can work with the utility department to say that Meyer will pay to remove and replace a screening wall at that location. In the event that neither one of those screens are available to us, I would say that the hours restrictions on the pharmacy is a reasonable solution.
And I would
So-
note specifically, not on the pharmacy itself, but on the drive-through in
Yes,
addition to the
thank
pharmacy.
you.
I assume the
Yes.
pharmacy is still accessible from within the store.
Yes, sir. Yep. Do you have anything to add to that, Chris?
No, I think Jason explained it well. I think what Jason in a nutshell was saying that in the event screening is unavailable to us for either through the township or Consumers Energy, that the restriction be placed on the use of the pharmacy drive-through. I would hope that you just would take into consideration, the darkness would be the times that the headlights would be used, and that fluctuates during the year. Be cognizant of that, please.
I know on my half I would be cognizant of it, and I think within the special land use, we do have some boundaries of what's more a heavy usage than not. And I just on my part, I would think that the hours that you're saying on my part would be. So just so I can make sure, Mr. Chairman, if the potential amendment to this special land use, if approved, would be if additional screening is unable to be installed to the east to block the drive-through, that hours would be restricted to 6 a.m. to 9 p.m.
Thank you. That's acceptable.
Okay, are you making a motion, Mr. Tuckfield?
I would make a motion to approve the special land use for the main portion of this parcel to that effect, with that amendment that if additional screening is unable to be installed to the east in the easements, that the hours for the drive-through would be restricted to 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. And that this would be based upon the recommendations from the planning department, from all applicable department heads, and that it meets the standards that have been set forth for the special land use.
Support.
Okay, motion by Mr. Tuckfield, supported by Mr. Provenzano. Mr. Bentley, please call the roll.
No discussion.
I thought we had discussion.
I will. Mr. Tuckfield,
Yes.
Mr. Provenzano,
Yes.
Mr. Shudo,
Yes.
Mr. Bentley, no. Mr. Hardy,
Yes.
Mr. Oliver,
Yes.
Mr. Spatafora,
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you. Okay, the next item would be the approval of the site plan. Does anybody want to make a motion?
Mr. Chairman, do we have to just, if I could, through you to our legal,
Sure.
do we have to have another public hearing open? for
Yes.
this? Okay, just want to make sure we were.
Yes. But if you want, I mean, this is, because we've already heard all these comments and we believe they apply.
Right.
I think the board can recognize those comments applicable to this hearing. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. I think everyone understands that those comments were really aimed at all of the issues up tonight, including the site plan.
Yeah, I was under the understanding that they covered both.
Thank you.
Okay. So, anybody would like to make a motion?
Okay, as it relates to the site plan, and item A, permanent parcel 0807300 -016, located on the northeast corner of 24 Mile Road in Hayes, that we approve the site plan, taking into consideration the record that was made, all the departments finding also that they had no objection, and that this being, that would be my motion, that we approve.
Okay. Motion made to approve by Mr. Provenzano,
I'll second that.
seconded by Mr. Shudo. Mr. Bentley, please call the roll.
No discussion?
No discussion. Call the roll.
Mr. Provenzano?
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Shudo?
Yes.
Mr. Bentley? No. Mr. Tuckfield?
Yes.
Mr. Hardy?
Yes.
Mr. Spatafora?
Yes.
Mr. Oliver?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. I know it's 10 to 10, but we have one more item on our list of new business. Special land use and site plan for the Myers Express. This is the gas station. Permanent parcel 08073000016, located on the northeast corner of 24 Mile Road and Hayes, Section 7, Myers Incorporated, Petitioner. Mr. Box.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commission. Let me get back to the right spot in the slides here. I apologize. As you mentioned, so this is for the gas station location that is being proposed, northeast corner of 24 and Hayes. Again, this property was zoned C2 in 1989, and the requested gas station convenience store is permitted within this district. In addition to the site plan, we are looking at a special land use being that of outdoor sales. That would include things, as you see highlighted in blue here, such as like the ice chest that you often see at gas stations, as well as the propane refill stations. Outdoor sales are common at gas stations, but do require the approval of a special land use. It's the same requirements that we just looked at for the store location, about how they apply, and our staff did go through. Outdoor sales are typical, and they're not anticipated to negatively impact or affect vehicular or pedestrian movement. Outdoor sales are not anticipated to contribute to nuisances, and not likely to interfere with or discourage the development of the adjacent land. Again, much of that is already developed. They meet harmoniously with the use of the rest of the site, the principal use within the site, and they will supplement the primary gas station use, as well as outdoor sales are designed in such a way that public health, safety, and welfare will be protected. With regards to the site plan, they do have two entrance points, both from Hayes Road, one of which goes through the neighboring bank parcel. They also have their loading zone on the south side of the property, and parking requirement was 19 spaces, and 20 are provided. Dimensions have all been met for the site. They meet the 75-foot setback from the roadway, as well as the 25-foot setback from the north and the south of the property. They again have additional landscaping here. None is required by ordinance, but they do provide a number of trees and bushes for some screening from the property. And at this time, the applicant is compliant with all ordinances, and therefore staff really has no reason to object to this.
Okay. Keeping in mind the time, petitioners, do you have anything else you'd like to share about this item?
No, sir. Thank you.
No? Okay. Commissioners, comments? Mr. Tuckfield.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to follow up. I believe Mr. Aloya mentioned this earlier, but Mr. Box, could you elaborate on the number of gas pumps that are allowable on this site?
A service station with convenience store is allowed under C2, and as defined by our ordinance, there is no limit to pump numbers.
So I believe there's reference within C2 to a 2-pump minimum, and that's specifically where it's part of specifically another building, that other
That's
building.
correct. That would be something similar to more of like a general store. You often see them in smaller communities where you have kind of an expanded gas station, if you will, that sells deli meats and pizzas, maybe, things like that. That's what that's referring to.
Very good. So obviously, and as people were talking about it, I pulled up the ordinance. I saw the same paragraph. I certainly understand why that concern would come up. This references, I suppose, both parcels, but I was more looking at this one because of the interaction with Hayes. But I believe the question was asked about when the traffic study was performed. Do you happen to know when that would be?
I'll defer to the petitioner for that.
Again, my name is TJ Likens, 1515 Arboretum, Grand Rapids, traffic engineer who completed the study. The data was collected mid-April of this year. To answer the questions, so school was in session. It was outside of any break time. Schools were in session.
Let him speak, please.
We cleared that information through communications with the township and the county. All those assumptions that were made in the study were cleared. So all of the governing bodies were on the same page that was an appropriate time to collect data. And we also did look at historical volumes and what was representative of normal conditions relative to COVID-19. There was a small adjustment made for that as well, 5%. So all the base data for the study was looked at diligently and with those considerations that have been brought forward in mind, and was acceptable again to the governing bodies that had jurisdiction over this.
Very good.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
I'm sorry I didn't get those questions to the traffic study question in earlier, but I thought it was a good one to answer.
Okay. So, commissioners, any other comments or questions?
Yes. Is this current discussion regarding the special use of this?
This is
Or is
regarding
this regarding the site plan for the express?
both.
It is for both.
It is for both. It is for the variance for outdoor sales, and it is for the Myers gas station.
Just to clarify, it's a
Just like
special
we
land
did
use,
A.
not a variance.
Pardon me?
Special land use, not a
Special
variance.
land use, thank you, sir.
So my question is, per the information that we received, the sales areas were, there was additional sales areas under the canopy at the ends of the pumps, which encroached upon the drives. And it was suggested by our consultant that there be proof that this is not going to cause a problem with traffic under that canopy or between the canopy and the building. And I haven't, unless somebody has received that or that request has been revised, I'm looking for that.
Sure. So
that information.
You're correct. Outdoor sales encompass, as I mentioned, like the ice station and propane refills. It can also encompass things being sold at the pump. You quite often in the winter times will see windshield washer fluid, things like that. I do think that's fair for a condition of approval that those things be maintained and kept out of drive aisles. But you're right, the outdoor sales encompasses that area as well.
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Yes, sir.
In answer to the consultant's question, Fishbeck provided on the documents dimensioned placement of those outdoor sales areas, and those dimensions were found to be satisfactory. We're very comfortable working within those dimensioned areas.
Those, go ahead. Those dimensions on the plans that I received identify that it sticks out 2 foot beyond the drive into the required drive.
Yeah, I think
and I don't know who they were found to be acceptable to, but per the documents that we received and the review by our planning department, you were to show justification and proof that that did not preclude vehicle or pedestrian traffic, or did not increase this or decrease the safety of somebody getting something from those sales points.
Understood, sir. And in response to that, the drive aisles that are provided beyond the 2 foot are exceeding the township minimum significantly. And so there is adequate drive aisle space beyond the additional 2 foot for vehicles to safely maneuver in any direction.
So I'll turn to our consultant or Mr. Box.
Dave can weigh in if you would like, but yeah, so when your packets were sent out, I know there were some comments in there from Melissa, our plan review analyst. I believe there was also a comment about the numbers in the landscape plan matching up with what's drawn. I know she was working with some folks from Meyer and Fishbeck well into the late afternoon on Friday, and those items were resolved, and I apologize if they were not updated and sent to you after the fact.
Okay.
Well, we gotta wait till the public hearing. Not right now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Is there anyone else? Commissioners? Mr. Bentley? You look like you have a question.
No, I think it relates more to the site than it does to the
Okay.
Special uses.
Okay, but we are talking about both, so if you have a concern, please share.
There was a concern related to what I believe is the loading zone for the trucks.
Oh, no, we're talking now about the gas station.
Loading zone at the gas station.
Okay.
Which is not identified on the plans that I had. There's a hashed area, but I did not see whether or not that was the loading area or a place to park the truck. I don't know if that's the truck that fills the tanks, or if the trucks that fill the tanks are over top of the tanks on the adjacent concrete. Could you elaborate?
The crosshatched area is behind you, Mr. Bentley, on the screen in yellow. That is for, the Coke delivery, the beer delivery, the sandwich delivery, that type of, typically it's a box truck. They usually use trucks that have slide up doors, or they have, the bread guy has a box truck. That's what that area is designated. Your comment about the filling the tanks for the gas station, that's again a mountable curb, mountable concrete, so the tanker truck can pull over onto it and still put his hoses from his tanker into the nozzles to fill the tanks.
Yes. So the concern I had was, if there is a concern, is where the loading dock is, or I should say the loading zone. So we have traffic that's coming in from the south, and we have traffic that's coming through, and we have crossing of individuals on the sidewalk, and that looked to me as being somewhat congested and possibly a problem. So.
I don't know if you can see that dimension on the screen, but the dimension from the edge of canopy on the south end to the curb line, going right through the yellow box.
To the loading zone.
Oh, sorry.
To the light, up to the yellow box.
Okay, so the dimension from the edge of the canopy to the yellow box is 59 feet.
Right, but the pinch point is really where the two lanes are at the edge of, or the end of the last parking lot against the sidewalk that the building is pretty much on, the island, basically.
We've run turning templates to make sure that traffic can safely pass through that area, and it exceeds the 24-foot minimum width required by ordinance.
Are the fuel trucks going to be traveling that route? The route on the southeast entrance?
They will not be stopped there, but they will travel that route outbound.
They will travel
yes.
that route, right?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
And they can
That's-
fit, they can
that's
fit
the
through as well.
largest radius that you have.
Correct. Yep. Yes, they will be traveling that route. Yes, they can fit through.
And with somebody sitting there. Okay. All right.
And we've also provided in front of the yellow box maneuvering space for a vehicle to enter or exit the yellow box as well. So the yellow box has adequate maneuvering space on both ends of it as well for a larger vehicle.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bentley. Anyone else? Everybody's good? Okay, then we're gonna, I need a motion to open it to the public.
So moved. Support.
Okay, motion by Mr. Shudo, supported by Mr. Tuckfield at 10:06. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes. Now, folks, when you come up, we've heard all the other stuff. And Mr. Provenzano and Mr. Aloya did a really nice job. Sometimes our hands are just tied, and there's just nothing we can do. So this is only about the gas station and the outside sales. There's a special land use, and the gas station is the site plan. So come on up.
Evening. Again, my name is Cheryl Cook, and I live at 53214 Frida. It appears that the same parcel number applies actually to both parcels combined. So am I to understand that the site plans for both the gas station and the supermarket that was previously discussed are being split as part of this site development? Because I don't think that it's clear. Under the current, even looking at the agenda, it's the same parcel number for both, for what you're treating as both parcels. You're calling them two separate parcels, and they are identified by the same parcel number. So I just wanted to verify whether that was or was not clear, because according to the BSA as of tonight, it's still one parcel. But secondly, and I think more importantly, no one is challenging the right of a property owner to do a plan or a special land use within the existing zoning. The problem is that this commission is required to review and establish definitively that the proposed special use is necessary, not for the landowner or the developer or the petitioner, but for the public convenience. I think we've established already, based on all of the patience that you guys have exhibited and listening to everyone's comments, that this is not convenient to the public. That is the standard under the existing zoning ordinance, not whether it fits within C2 if we approve a special land use or a variance. This commission has the responsibility under the zoning ordinances that were enacted pursuant to this township's master plan to do what is for the public convenience for the proposed location. And if it does not meet the public convenience as a necessity definitively, then the commission, the statutes for the zoning ordinance is very clear. This is a direct quote. The commission shall not approve an application. And at the same time, they have not, the petitioner is the one with the burden to establish that their proposed special land use is necessary, not for them, but for the public convenience. And they haven't done that. So I'm going to, again, renew my request to deny the special use. And again, it's a little unclear because even on the agenda, what has been presented in the site plan as two separate parcels is only one. They're only identified by one tax ID number. It's a big parcel with a tab. So calling it a separate entire parcel, and so therefore a separate entire project that isn't restricted, is not accurate based on what the township's records are as of this evening. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you,
Have a
ma'am.
nice evening.
Good evening again. Matt Middleman, 15533, I forget. Prentice Court, just north. Forgive my ignorance, right? I don't come to a lot of these things, so my questions aren't meant to be sarcastic and they're not pointed at anyone. But I was of the impression we were coming here tonight to talk about the Myers and the gas station. And instead, it seems like we're talking about drive-through, a screen, an ice box, and some bushes. Right? I mean, was there another meeting somewhere that, you know, people could have attended? Because a lot of people came out today and poured their hearts out on their thoughts of not wanting this, and it seemed like it was a waste of our time and your time and everyone involved, right? It was just the questions of the process, right? Like, how does that happen? And was, you know, what people talked about today about the rats and the filth and the crime, does that have any effect on anything? Because it seems like this is already set in motion. I don't know if there is a Q&A session, but.
It's just a public comment right now.
Yeah.
So we'll listen to you, and if they want to ask questions later about that to the planner or to legal, they'll do so.
Exactly.
Do I have to wait till midnight for that, or?
Yeah, it's not an answer session, it's just public comment.
Right.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
My name is Susan Carlson, again, 53171 Bayberry. I have to say, this has just been a very disappointing evening because you, as the commissioners, you've heard many people ask you, it's C2. That says that business conducted within a closed building only. That would mean no drive-through pharmacy, no pickup lanes, no outdoor storage, no outdoor sales. It's very cut and dry. You can say no because you can see people don't want it. It makes me want to believe, have there been tax incentives or tax abatements given to Meyer at this time? Because it seems like this has been set in stone. Neighbors weren't notified of this. Not enough people. Yes, I get it's a private sale, but there's also a portion in the C2 zoning from Macomb Township that says no trade or business that can be determined to be harmful to the health, safety, and welfare of the township will be permitted. So you guys have that power. Emissions, noise, light, traffic, safety. These are all things that are harmful that they can't sue you over that because they're asking you to do something different from what the master plan said. They knew it when they bought the property, and they're just trying to use we don't need this. You guys have disappointed so many people, and if you were sitting in my position, you would feel the way. Are there tax abatements? Are there tax incentives? I've just quoted two things from the C2 zoning that doesn't even, and I don't understand how the gas station is different from the other. You do have this power. And just like at the zoning board, there is more that you can do because there is harm in this. They are doing not what C2 said. They shouldn't have all this outside sales, storage. It's not how it was intended. You guys do have the power. We are more than disappointed that so quickly it just got done.
Trouble hearing you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Edward Puz, 53147 Bayberry. Couple quick questions. When was the property split and recorded? Does anybody know? The attorney surely knows. Nobody knows nothing.
We're just taking comments. So
Okay, all right, I
continue with
just
your
asked.
comments.
Let's get back down to the actual parking lot for the gas station. It says right there that you're required to have 19 spaces, is what's required, and they actually provided 20. Okay, are they gonna put electric charging stations in? If electric charging stations are going in, that's considered a pump for an electric vehicle. So that increases the amount of pumps that goes in there. So either they take away gas pumps to accommodate electric ones, something has to be reconfigured. Also, if that's the case, and that is a pending factor on that gas station, are they gonna have charging stations in the parking lot for Myers itself? If they are, then that reflects on the amount of parking spaces that were allowed for the actual building. So everybody's gotta start doing their homework on this. And also, on that parking lot, if you're saying that's a separate lot for that gas station and they can do what they want, then that means it has to have a separate drainage system. We need to step into this, and it can't all be married together. They can't have it their way when they want and not on others. That's all I gotta say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Name's Ryan Tengler, 15368 Amberfield Drive, Macomb, Michigan, just to the north of this proposed development. I don't know if we were led on like a chase or what, but we were all present at the ZBA meeting. Mr. Tuckfield, chairman, Mr. Box, all heard us speak. During that meeting and the closing, they said to come to the planning commission where the entire site plan will be discussed and you guys can voice your concerns there. So what do? We bring everybody, we voice our concerns, and now we're being told that this is not the appropriate place to do it. So what's going on here? Does this have something to do with the litigation that's going on between Salemar and the township? I mean, if this is a done deal, you guys need to let us know. Because you're wasting our time and we're wasting yours.
Thank you, sir.
Robert Payne, 15112 Totten Place, 48315. I've grown up with elected systems. And Mr. Provenzano made clear moments ago that the commission is not elected, it's appointed. So I ask you, who appoints you? Okay, answer taken. So on the level of accountability, we're getting a clear message that you're not accountable to the residents. So who are you accountable to? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I thought you were just up.
I was up. I forgot to ask a question. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I didn't take very good notes. Matt from the cul-de-sac just north.
We normally don't do
I understand.
double header here, but
I had in my head a question, but I forgot to ask it. For the traffic assessment, you know, if it was done in April during pandemic times, is that going to be done again, you know, when school is back in session 100%? I know in April, I can't remember when exactly, but my two daughters, they were homeschooling or half days, a couple days a week, right? So it's not a real assessment of what goes on. Plus, you know, a number of the population, including myself, is working from home as opposed to driving. So I thought I heard the number was, you know, we looked at the assessment, added 5%, and in actuality, you know, you probably need to add a 50 or 100%, something much larger than 5%. I don't know what it is, but
okay.
A lot of people are home where they will be driving, you know, by the time this stuff all comes into effect. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Just as an add to his point, I went back to work in May.
Oh, no. No, nothing from the audience, please. If you'd like, please stand up and share.
Kimberly Becker, 53123 Bayberry Drive, 11th house on the left, right behind the property. Something to consider. School was on recess the week of April 5th. The following week, UCS was also out for allowing families to come back in quarantine. So school did not get back in session until April 19th. So that should clarify for all of us. So I would like to recommend, if somebody could give me a call tomorrow with the exact dates that this traffic study was completed, I would really, truly appreciate that. And I will proceed to let the residents know that date as well. As far as some of these special land uses on this property, I would like to have you consider something. These things are put in place for reasons, for safety, for health. Putting in a minimum of 2 pumps for gas stations, maybe, but we know what the health concerns are for our residents. The wind always blows from the west to the east, which means everything will blow directly into our yards, everybody on that east side. We know, we watch every night. Whenever there's a storm tonight, I was watching a storm come in, comes from the west, comes to the east. All the wind always travels directly that way. The health concerns of a gas station are quite high. Leukemias and cancers from gas fumes, unacceptable. We're a small community. Please, please keep our families safe. It is your job, your responsibility to keep us safe, and concerned parents and family members in our community are worried about not only our health, the lighting, all these other factors, but truly what it comes down to, happiness and health of our families. Please, I urge you to vote no on this. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Linda Maynard, 15721 Camden Drive, Macomb. It was stated earlier, Mr. Box, I believe, was the one who said it, that they were allowed more than the 2 pumps because it was 2 separate parcels of land. It is not. It's the same parcel of land. So the 2 pumps maximum should hold. And I think it's already been shown that it hasn't been split. I do want to also add that I had heard that Salmar, who owns the land, had offered to withdraw his current lawsuits with the township if the township approved the Meyer plan. If the Meyer plan goes through, I imagine there will be other lawsuits to take its place from the residents. Salmar owns a C2 property without variances, without exceptions, without special land uses. We expect the Macomb Township Planning Commission to do what's best for the township. Not what's best for Meyer, not what's best for Salmar, not what's best for, just the township itself, the governmental body. Your fiduciary responsibility is to the residents. Because our property values go down, your tax basis goes down. And then also when you have everybody leaving the area because of tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Christy Krastowski. I live at 15712 Mulberry Drive. I live right on the corner, right across from the houses that back up to this field. My kids both have MTHFR mutation, which in layman's terms means they do not detox correctly. So the emissions from this gas station are very, very concerning to me. Like, I'm in tears over this. These are my babies. And you guys were so quick to just say, agree. I think one person said no. That is like, how would you feel if you were me? How would you feel? I just redid my whole house. It's ridiculous. You don't even consider what we said. Not even like for a half a second. You were just like, agree. All you had to say was no. Don't agree to these special things they want, and maybe they wouldn't build there. How would you feel if you lived there? How would you feel? And this guy, Mr. Provenzano, is rolling his eyes at the people talking. It's ridiculous.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? Okay, I'd like to go ahead and close the public portion at 10:23. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Oliver,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Spatafora. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Okay. Commissioners, comments?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes,
And
Mr. Spatafora.
This was for the benefit of the gentleman who, I think he's left in, from Shelby Township, as my notes recorded. I will say that the Planning Commission is appointed by the Township Supervisor and ratified by the Township Board, to answer that one question. Second question, the traffic impact study that I have in my packet that I reviewed was it's stamped review draft, but it's dated June 2nd of 2021. That's all I have.
Okay.
Mr. Chair. I'll let Mr. Bentley go.
Mr. Bentley.
I'd like to get a clarification on whether or not we have one parcel or two parcels between the store and the gas.
Sure. So at this time, Salmar is still the owner of the property. One cannot split a property they don't yet own. I do believe that's their intention, is to split the property once purchased, assuming they get their approvals to move forward with their developments. They were submitted as two separate applications with the intent of two separate developments.
But they are currently one.
they are currently one because they do not own the parcel. It would be split after they take ownership.
So, Mr. Aloy, if
Yes.
I may?
Yes.
Are we able to split this, or at least decide on two separate parcels, since they are not?
Well, you don't have the authority to split it, but that would be the township assessor. However, you can approve it on the condition that it is two separate parcels and split accordingly. So you can make that a condition of your approval.
Yeah, that may or may not happen, correct?
Well, if it doesn't happen, then the question is to whether or not their site plan is eligible. So it would be on the condition that it's a separate parcel from the supermarket. I mean, maybe Meyer can clarify what their intent is, but since they submitted two separate site plans, it's clear that they intend to have two separate sites, which is not uncommon. It is zone C2, and a service station is allowed in C2. So we're not rezoning here. The purpose here is not a rezoning hearing.
Right.
Okay. Again, there's a service station provision in the C2 ordinance which allows service station gas stations, which is not the 2-pump requirement. It's a different description of a different type of building. So I know it's difficult because these ordinances are written in legal terms, but it's a totally different type of building. It doesn't apply. The service station, fuel station of this type is allowed in C2, and we're not granting that. We're either all you're deciding tonight is whether the outdoor storage is appropriate and whether the site plan as laid out is appropriate under our ordinances.
Point of order. The ordinance says approval of a special land use permit. It has to be.
Ma'am,
I understand.
I know.
It's a legal issue.
I know.
Shall not be granted if not necessary for public convenience.
Well, we have an attorney, and he's
There are
giving
several
us his
factors
opinion.
which are outlined in your packet, which the planner went through. So there's several standards.
Okay.
I mean, I can go through them if you'd like, but just to clarify one point as well, the Selmar lawsuit was dismissed without condition. At that time, they were proposing a totally different development. They dismissed it, and so there's no contingency, there's no quid pro quo. This is a totally different proceeding without any expectation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Bach, some of the issues or some of the things that we've heard tonight about, I guess, robberies, a crime, rats. Are these issues that are something that enforcement would be taking care of, things like that in the neighborhood, correct?
That would be a
You have the
police issue.
police, you have courts, you have fire, you have all these things that help police that. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so those issues would not be necessarily something for the planning commission, but it would be more directed towards enforcement.
Correct.
If these things were to occur.
Correct.
If I may. So,
Mr. Bentley.
so I have a question, Mr. Box and Mr. Skirdo. Related to gas stations, we've heard a number of statements that said, they're hazardous, benzene and a number of other chemicals to those around them. Is that a consideration in other zoning ordinances or in other areas where there is a restriction on gas stations within a certain distance to residential areas, and has that been documented anywhere where the studies have indicated that they do cause harm?
No, let me answer that, since I deal with a number of communities and number of ordinances, and things with fumes and toxins are not included as part of a site plan anywhere. That becomes an EGLE at the state of Michigan if there's emission issues. It goes beyond any expertise the planning commission can have in trying to monitor that and requiring them. I understand that there may be issues, but the gas stations are very commonplace. The state would have come down and probably put some type of requirement to, to locate in certain areas, but they have not ever put a locational requirement on things. The state agricultural department does come down and look at the equipment put in place, weights and measures, they calibrate the pumps and make sure all the filtration, air filtration and the like are in place before they'll certify the pump. So the pump cannot be operational until the state Department of Agriculture gives them those certifications.
Okay, thank you. As it relates to, one gentleman identified the fact that an electric charging station is considered a pump. Is that true? And if so, does that go into the count for Meyer if they have the store, if they have charging stations at the store? But I'll relate it back then to the gas station that we're looking at right now.
I do not recall there being an electric charging station located on either site plan.
I didn't see any either, but we're looking at site plans that are not fully developed, they're not engineered fully, so that comes later on in the whole process.
In the engineering process, they'll look at things like drainage and whatnot, but if there was an electric charging station, it would need to be on these plans now. So if
Okay.
they choose to put one of those in the future, they would have to come back before this commission.
Okay,
It would be
thank
a
you.
revised site plan.
Mr. Bach, you remember, we've had these issues come up, site plan, special land use. One time you had posted on the board the procedure. I hear a lot of people thinking that this is overdone deal. There's stages to this process. You wouldn't happen to have that up there so we could show that this is not over with yet. There's gotta be compliance with these things. This is early stages and we're still moving on. Is that correct?
Yes.
You know, I wish that we would have had that, then they could see, because most of them are like, oh, this is all over with, it's done. It's a whole thing that's gotta happen here. We're not there yet, right?
There's extensive administrative reviews. The Department of Roads, I mean, they approved the traffic study and whatnot, but they've got to go through all their final approvals, which are administrative as well. Public Works will go through their final approvals. So there's multiple stages to this, and any one of them can affect the finalization of this development.
So is it correct to tell the public that while these things that we've done tonight are specific, and they're specific issues tailored to what we're doing tonight, there's still much to do yet, and for them not to show up at meetings, I mean, they need to be here, right?
Well, I mean, the public has heard, there's no doubt about it, but the only thing that's happened tonight is that there was an outdoor storage approval for the Meyer location to allow them to have outdoor sales, not storage, for a drive-through for a pharmacy, and the site plan for the Meyer in terms of where things are located. So far, you're on the table, I believe, is the outdoor sales and the site plan for the gas station. That's it. It's not, well, that's all that's up today. I mean, this is not a rezoning hearing, and this is not a hearing to determine whether or not Meyer or a gas station is appropriate in the C2 zoning.
Okay, so they know that.
It's in the ordinance, so it's something that's permitted. So it's not, you don't have a hearing as to whether or not a supermarket or a gas station is appropriate in the zoning because it's already permitted in the ordinance.
Thank you.
And it's there. So that's the point of it.
Okay, thank you.
Nope.
If there's any other questions, I'd be happy to answer it. But that's the process.
All right.
But there is no charging station identified
In
on
the
the
site
plan,
plan.
so it is a moot point. If they ever add it, it would be right back here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. We have two motions on the floor here, or not on the floor yet, but let's do the special land use for outside sales at the Myers gas station. Is there anyone that would like to make that motion? Anyone?
Mr. Chairman, I'd make that motion to allow the outside sales.
All right, motion by Mr. Oliver,
Support.
support by Mr. Shudo. Mr. Bentley, would you please call the roll?
Yes. Mr. Oliver,
Yes.
Mr. Shudo,
Yes.
Mr. Hardy,
Yes.
Mr. Tuckfield,
Yes.
Mr. Spatafora,
Yes.
Mr. Provenzano,
Yes.
Mr. Bentley, no.
Okay, motion passes. The next one is the site plan for the Myers gas station. Anybody like to make a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'll also make that motion to approve the site plan for the Myers.
Motion by Mr. Oliver,
I'll support it again.
supported by Mr. Shudo. Mr. Bentley,
Yes, sir.
please.
Mr. Oliver,
Yes.
Mr. Shudo,
Yes.
Mr. Provenzano,
Yes.
Mr. Hardy,
Yes.
Mr. Spatafora,
Yes.
Mr. Bentley, no. Mr. Tuckfield.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. Moving on to old business. Planned unit development, general design plan. You know what, maybe we'll give it a moment.
Hi, how are you? Good. You have your rights, thank you. Well,
Some people told everyone. We said there was one. This one, yeah. It was.
Okay. I think we've got just everybody's almost out. So let's move on to old business. Planned unit development, general design plan, Maddox. Permanent parcel 0836 353 033. 0836 353 023. 0836 353 030. 0836 353 018. Located on the north side of Hall Road, east of North Avenue, Section 36, Carl Zimmerman, petitioner. Mr. Box.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commission. This was on your agenda a couple meetings ago and was tabled again at the last meeting. We did meet with them earlier this week. I think they will be ready to move forward at the August 3rd, I believe it is, Planning Commission, the next Planning Commission meeting. But at this time, we are seeking to have this tabled until that meeting.
All right. Do we need to make a motion to table it until then?
Yes.
Anyone like to make that motion?
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Motion by Mr. Tuckfield,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Oliver. Mr. Spatafora, I am so sorry.
And that was tabled until,
Till the next Planning Commission meeting.
August 3rd.
Is it August 3rd? Thank you.
I believe so, yeah.
All right, Mr. Bentley, would you please call the roll?
yes. Mr. Tuckfield,
Yes.
Mr. Spatafora,
Yes.
Mr. Shudo,
Yes.
Mr. Bentley, yes. Mr. Hardy,
Yes.
Mr. Oliver,
Yes.
Mr. Provenzano.
Yes.
Motion passes. Okay. Public comments on non-agenda items. If anybody'd like to speak on non-agenda items, please come up. Nope, you're good? Everybody good? Okay. And then we'll move on to commissioners' comments. Anyone?
I just think somehow or another we gotta convey, I just feel like they were saying stuff like, you know, they wasted their time. They didn't waste their time. I don't know how we convey to the public what it is that's going on. I don't know how you change
Speak
that.
into your microphone.
I don't know how you change that.
Well, you have to be very difficult because what happens is that there's people that are disseminating information about the meeting that aren't really educated on the process, and a lot of times they're getting information in these online chat rooms, which we really don't comment on. So
I know, but still, I mean, they walk out of here, the lady thinks that I'm laughing. I'm just, I mean, they charge me with protecting the city. There's police and there's firemen, and I mean to be that far disconnected, me and her, it's bothersome to me.
Well, so, I mean, we and Josh will attest, we've met all the publication requirements. All the information by law has been published. You know, I understand that people feel frustrated that they didn't hear from the township, but most people don't pay attention to what's published unless it affects them. So we've met all the legal requirements for
I know we do.
publication.
We have some of the best, I mean, the engineers, the police, the fire. These people are some of the best around. I mean, when they look through this stuff, they do a good, thorough job, and it's hard to watch the people walk out of here thinking that something bad happened to them. We're not even there yet either. I don't know how we cure it, but oh well. It was just troublesome to me. That was my comment.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Provenzano. Mr. Bentley.
Yeah, my concern is, and it is related to agenda items, but site plan. We have the fact that these two things can happen as part of the zoning ordinance, but we're also looking at the site plan. And if the site plan doesn't fully address, since there are many things you can do to a site plan to mitigate or to alleviate some of the issues that were stated by the public, then don't we have opportunity to not just say, okay, it's approved because it is an approved occupancy or use for a certain zone, but that site plan, if we're looking at site plans and we're supposed to approve site plans, regardless, I would assume that it better be, the use should be approved by its zoning. Now we have to look at the site plan itself. Does the site plan make sense, or can it be improved? And if that's the arena that we can contribute to, then that's my understanding of what we're supposed to be doing. So, not wanting to be a no vote, that's the reason I voted no, because I didn't like the plans. They could have been done so that it would alleviate some of the issues. Basically too, for a couple, there were other reasons I had no, but that was my main concern, is we should have that right, even though it is approved by the zone, to make a change. And we can't do that change if we just, look at it.
No one says you don't, so you're in a situation where you have a site plan which your township administration have met all ordinances, right? Have met all their engineering standards, fire standards, planning standards, right?
So what can we?
Right. So the question is, if you denied it and they appealed it, whether you would abuse your discretion by varying from those approvals or not. You can, or collectively as a group, whether you believe as a group, and that's why you have a majority vote, whether you believe there's some other way to do it that meets those ordinances or standards as well. So that's really what your vote is at that time. And no one's saying that you can't have that position, that you feel that there's a better way to do it which meets the ordinance, and you may vote no for certain on site plans because of those aspects. So that's what you're here for, to decide.
And so if we make that decision,
yeah,
and then they say, okay, well, I met all of the ordinances. Sure. You know I did.
Sure.
And we're looking at them.
Sure.
He goes to the circuit court. The taxpayers start paying lawyer fees.
True.
And then we end up in a consent judgment, and it happens anyways. And then everybody spent all this money to get right where we were.
The question is whether or not the alternative suggestion suggestion by the planning commission to say, well, we don't like it here, but if you did it here and it met all the ordinances, we would approve it. Then you're getting into gray areas. So are there possibilities? Yes, but but as we're sitting here now, there were no alternative proposals, which has been fully evaluated by the administration to determine whether those alternatives were possible, right?
I come to like 10 departments. They can't all, I mean, I trust them. They're all good folks.
But to Mr. Bentley's point, and I would agree with Mr. Bentley if I could, I think there might have been variations of the site plan that I would have liked better. But that's not the question. The question is, does the site plan meet the ordinance? And I would agree with you. I would think that if I drew out that plan, I would probably have laid it out differently. I don't want to go into it. I would have laid it out differently, but that wasn't the question. The question was, as it was laid out, did it meet the ordinance? And were there places where we could basically ask, would you change the site plan? I mean, we can't put a stipulation on the site plan. We can ask, in that case, we can ask them if they are willing to do something different, which is part of where we have done that before. We'll have a site plan in front of us and we'll say, hey, to Mr. Loya's point, we think this would be better. Would you accept it?
Yeah, you did that tonight, and you got them to agree.
We sort of did that with the special land use. Yes.
With the pharmacy thing, you brought it to the attention, you're concerned.
But I feel your point, Mr. Bentley, because I know we see site plans all the time, and all the time there's things in a site plan that I'm like, that is not the way I would prefer it. And this is just my perspective. It's not everybody else's. That's not the question. The question in this case is not, do we prefer it? The question is, the way they laid it out, did it meet it? Or if we think it's alternative, do we think that they would do something different, essentially out of courtesy?
Or, as was stated a couple different times, and you'll have to correct me if I'm wrong, but were they correct in saying, no, we have to do what's best for the residents? Is that in our purview? I mean,
you can.
And so what's best for the residents, does that trump, or it doesn't trump, but it's also a stipulation beyond just meeting the ordinance? And we heard from the public what that concern is. And I think we should fight for a resolution when we go forth and approve a plan.
Those are you put conditions. Sometimes you can put conditions on approvals. You can.
But that's a gray area, isn't it? Isn't that like a carrot? If you do this, we'll approve it. And there's some legal things that, that's like I don't know.
Well, like the one that we asked, and he basically said, we can't do that. We're not going to do that.
You could.
I forgot what that one was.
Said, the generator can be in that location if you put a silencer, or
I forgot which
you
one
have
it was.
the 6 foot wall in one location. I mean, those are things that are within your purview to put on as conditions. So there are different things you can do, and if in general, even though it meets the ordinances, if the planning commission believes that there's other ways it could do it which meet the ordinances, then they can address it.
1989. Yeah. And that's 32 years ago?
Yeah.
And they said every one of those things that the Meyer plan was compliant with the ordinance from 1980. I mean, still to this point, it was compliant. It's hard to, I mean, I get what you're saying. Mm-hmm. I get what everybody's saying. It's a tough call. And I think, that we got that black and white, that it comes to, what the ordinance is, but there's some discretion in that special land use with the 8 things. Like,
8 factors.
Are we talking too much?
No. What we did tonight gives us control still.
Yes.
With the 3 or 4 other steps in the process. If we took the road that Mr. Bentley wanted to go on, and I understand your thoughts. I really do. I sympathize with the community. But at that point, if they decide to take it to a court, the decision is in a judge's hand and not ours. And if there's a consent judgment, those other steps that Myers has to go through, we've lost control. So, okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Spatafora.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I voted the way I did after carefully reviewing the ordinances, taking the advice of our legal counsel, as well as the thorough, exhaustive review by our departments. We make decisions based on all of that, as well as balancing the concerns, really, of residents. My problem with this from the get-go, and I'm saying this as a resident that lives in that area too, it's not so much within us, but this goes to a county level, and that has to do with the Department of Roads at that intersection. I mean, no matter what was presented before us and what would have been approved in that C2, I don't think anybody would have been completely satisfied, whether it was a strip mall or anything else that was allowed in the C2 district. Somebody would have had an issue with that because the traffic with a vacant field right there now is bad enough. And I would really like to see the Macomb County Department of Roads maybe expedite on a timetable and maybe take a look at that intersection with the county, perhaps in partnership with two neighboring communities where Hayes Road divides it. That, of course, is our township here in Macomb and Shelby Township, and see really what can be done. It's been done in other communities with a partnership. I'm disappointed in the road commission, it's now known as the Macomb County Department of Roads. There is no Macomb County Road Commission anymore. But I would really like to see that expedited and maybe moved up a little bit, and for the Department of Roads to take that populated area a little bit more seriously for various traffic and safety concerns. I mean, we were obligated to follow our laws, procedures, ordinances with advice of, and recommendations of experts that are doing this. And that's why I voted the way I did. But my concern still is with the Department of Roads and the conditions of the roads, this county in general, and certain parts of our township in particular. Going forward, we look forward to be a part of that solution for improvement, because not only that area, but there's other areas that just need an upgrade. And I won't go back and revise history from my previous experience here, but there's things that, could have been done 15, 20 years ago that were ignored. But we go forward positively with solutions to try to resolve it. Thanks.
Do the best we can.
Yeah,
Okay.
It seems like the Department of Roads is a major problem with just about every development we run into. There's currently all kinds of traffic issues, and we have no say. And if that were the case, that we shouldn't do anything because the roads are already a mess, there would be no development. And
That's a good point.
What do you do? There's safety concerns for that, for emergency vehicles and such, bridges, roads, and our township should be able to put pressure or be able to partner with the Department of Roads to prioritize.
If I could break in real quickly, I do training on planning and zoning. I get asked by different people. Last year I had to go to St. Clair County and do training. One of the things in my slideshow that I mentioned to folks, you talk about special land use. That's where you get the latitude to make more subjective decisions. Right. But if you're going down, one thing I point out in my training to those who attend is anybody who make a motion and you do have some subjective items you want to look at, you just have to be very, very clear in your motion that you state the reason why, if you want someone to deviate or change. Mr. Tuckfield was very good tonight. He made a good motion and he had the reasons why. I do have one of the slides underneath my site plan review standards. When I get into that, I got one slide, it's a big red box. It says if the ordinances are met, you must grant approval. It's written in the state law. And you can ask for people to change things. I've been in a number of places where I've asked people to look at changing their site plan, or if you're another tool you might think about if you're not comfortable with the site plan the way it is. You don't have to feel obligated to make a decision that night. You can table it, let them go digest some of the concerns and see if they come back with something. But if they still come back and they don't want to make the changes and the ordinances are met, you still must grant them approval. That's your authority. You're upholding the laws that are written. If you have issues with the laws that are written, then you change the laws.
Well said.
Okay. Anyone else, commissioners' comments? Then we can move to the Macomb Township Board of Trustees Liaison Update, Mr. Charles Oliver.
On a positive note, we hired a firefighter. Okay. Good. That was one thing. We hired a grant writer, and I think that's gonna be really good for
That's awesome.
for Macomb Township. And, people comment to me, why'd we hire a grant writer? What's the real gain for it? The gain is to us and to the community they'll be able to spot specific money out there for our community and go after it for the community. And the bigger thing is, if we are able to obtain it, then they could track it as it gets used. And that's generally the biggest problem, tracking all that money and tracking all them laws. So I think that's a very positive thing. So that's it.
And the grant writer knows how to do that.
They know it.
Yeah.
That's their job.
Yeah.
And they're only hired for 6 months, and if they can't perform, then we move on.
Okay. You good?
Thank you.
Thank you. ZBA.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, two things. One, Mr. Box, I just want to confirm, I believe we are still on track to see Meyer back for the sign variances on the first meeting of August.
They will be on the
correct?
agenda, that's correct.
So I'll be back here in another couple of weeks with similar crowds, so we look forward to seeing them then. And on that note, at our ZBA meeting, we had a couple people during the meeting and after the meeting said, you're the planning commission liaison, you're gonna tell the planning commission what we said here tonight. Obviously, we heard all these comments, but I did just want to note for the record, I know you guys saw it, I documented all the comments from the ZBA meeting, I summarized them up, I sent them to the whole board, I sent them to the planning department. I don't think there was anything there that we didn't hear tonight, but I wanted to make sure you guys understood what we heard the other night, and I also want the people to know I didn't say much about it this evening. There was a lot of comments and I didn't discuss it, but that was something that I passed on, and we will listen again at the ZBA meeting in August and do our best to do our job and rule as is required. So that's my only comments, and appreciate working with everybody tonight. Thanks.
Thank you. Planning department items?
I have nothing this evening.
Okay. Motion to adjourn.
Before I adjourn,
Okay.
this young couple here, thank you for coming. And you're very patient.
ZBA, right?
Well, that hasn't been decided yet. Yeah.
Well, they will be at the next
Oh, yeah, the ZBA.
Is it August 5th?
They will be at the ZBA on the first Thursday of August at 6:30 here.
August 5th.
It's the fifth.
Yeah.
And you kids probably missed your curfew, so. Okay. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Okay, motion by Mr. Oliver. Supported by Mr. Provenzano. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Meeting's adjourned.